Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of organizer Total Communication and supporter of this event, Pasha and Ministry of IT and Telecom, I welcome you all at AI Pakistan Summit 2023. This event has title sponsored by UBL Digital, so it's UBL Digital AI Summit 2023. In addition to title sponsor, we have other sponsor with us, Dell, DWP Group, eOcean, Proxima AI, and Kaggle. To start proceeding formally, let's welcome on stage Mr. Khurram Rahat, Vice Chairman, Pasha, Mr. Khurram Rahat. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, distinguished guests, speakers, and the organizers. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give this welcome address. I think I would like to welcome all of you to this very interesting session today. And as we move forward, I will see more people joining in. This topic is very interesting, very close to my heart. For over a decade, I've been involved with AI, whether it was when I was at Teradata, heading the operations for the region, or starting the data monetization function for Telenor, or with my current organization, Uniphonic. I think this is one very interesting area, an evolving area, which provides a lot of opportunities for us in terms of not only bringing efficiency in terms of our operations, it also opens up a lot of doors for us in the areas other than the traditional commercial or the business sense, in terms of education, in terms of healthcare, in terms of even governance. And I think while we talk about the opportunities, every technology, every new technology would always have, some challenges. Obviously, the first challenge is, as the technology is evolving, finding the talent which can harness the strength of this technology, which can harness the potential of this technology, finding early adapters, but also it also starts a debate about to what extent artificial intelligence can actually be utilized in what areas and where it transgresses an individual's privacy. So these challenges will be there. And then there is a debate where a lot of people fear that AI will take over their jobs. But this is something over, I've been involved with IT industry for good 30 plus years. And I can tell you, this was the fear when, in the 80s, the IT revolution was coming in. A lot of people thought with the ERP systems, the accountants will lose their jobs with the automation. A lot of people in sales or production will lose their jobs. But however, what we have seen is that over the years, as we have adapted information technology, it has generated more jobs and many more jobs and brought in efficiencies. So I think while this debate will continue, let's all focus on how we can, as organizations, as individuals, look to benefit from use of artificial intelligence. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence, a lot of people believe that may not know that artificial intelligence is something which is being now used by companies in Pakistan. It may be early days, but still, there are so many examples of organizations which are using artificial intelligence. Not only that they're using it, but also the fact that there are a lot of organizations which have been now involved in deploying solutions based on AI. And a lot of organizations from Pakistan are actually doing this and providing those services to organizations globally. And I take pride in the fact that we at Pasha have a lot of member companies which are currently delivering AI-driven projects for organizations in the local market and globally. To give you an example, there's one organization which is actually devised a solution for the largest high performance golf event, and they have developed an AI caddy which provides you a lot of insights about an individual player's playing habits and advises what different selection of clubs, etc., or how to play. And I, for sure, with my golf score, definitely I'm looking forward to using it. It's again a Pakistani company, a Pasha member. Then again, another interesting example is of an organization which is using AI to actually deliver career counseling solutions to the companies. And what is heartening to see is that not only commercial organizations in Pakistan are using AI, but this AI-based career advisory service has been actually now adapted by the government of Pakistan, and recently the Ministry of IT and Telecom has launched it through its Tech Destination platform also. So there are so many examples, whether it is around customer services, whether it is around marketing, and I'm proud of the fact that as Pasha and heading the Pasha's AI committee, I come across so many talented individuals and companies who have been involved in researching and delivering solutions on AI. I can talk about AI for a long time, but the fact remains that today, we have a host of very, very distinguished speakers and panelists who are experts in the field, who we all, I'm sure, are looking forward to listening to and gaining better understanding of different aspects of AI, how it is being used, and how they see the future. So, without further ado, I would, like to thank you all, welcome you all to this event. And as they say, fasten your seatbelts, sit back, relax, and enjoy the day's proceeding and enjoy the journey of AI as you will hear through a number of speakers during the day, both locally and internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for summarizing all the importance of AI in industry and academia also. Now we have a special guest from Saudi Arabia. She is Ms. Sahika Benet, founder and CEO of Metaverse University AI, and she will be delivering her talk on upskilling 1 million. So let's welcome Ms. Sahika.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to join you today from London. I'm grateful to be here. I've got a very strong interest in AI because I strongly believe that most people have the potential to really upskill and do great in this space at scale, right? So we have a real chance of creating an inclusive society, which I think is critical for the success of the change. There has been a huge talent gap for a while now, but I think the work readiness is really what has been missing, and that's really what we're focusing on. And Saudi Arabia is truly leading the way when it comes to these huge projects, but they're also giving us an example of how jobs can be created, how we can create a more robust country that is self-reliant on its talent and can develop and grow. And I think that with those projects, we really have a way to include more of the world and enable them, especially with this new remote way of working as well. So I'm here to show you how we're going to be able to upskill 1 million, because when I first used to say that to people, they used to just be shocked. And I don't think it's a huge number. It's over a course of 3 years. But what it allows us to do, we have to have the right tools as a society. And the accelerated learning and development is critical. It's not just a skills-based initiative. It really is about the relevancy of preparing the people in a way where they can actually join and succeed and do well. And if you imagine all the types of jobs that exist in AI now and will continue to grow, this is an excellent way to really help more and more people and enable them. And ultimately, governments and countries will benefit with these type of mindsets because companies really need these people, not just now, but growing with any kind of additional skills that come. So I'm going to show you through metaverse and immersive technology how we can reach the scale that's required and how anybody can come in and learn from any sort of background. And the personalized learning really is what's really important. So I will try to just share my screen. If the host can enable my screen to be shared, please, so I can just showcase how we can do that through the metaverse. Is that possible? Can you see that? Right. While that's trying to be organized, just give you some statistics. So in Saudi Arabia, there are some huge mega projects. So if you look at the talent that's required, most of these people are in country, but globally, these jobs, some of these jobs can go to some of the countries like Pakistan. And I myself was born in Pakistan, so I have a very close affiliation with the people there. So this is truly a way for us to be able to bring more and more people in to the environment, to be able to accelerate that and continually enable them to learn and do well in the jobs that they are picked for. And I think through the metaverse, what really happens is the accessibility is important. Not every country will have the infrastructure. The certain internet connections can be great on the mobile, but the metaverse requires a different type of computing power. However, I truly believe with some of the universities and the education systems that do already exist in the country, this can actually be beamed and be part of the curriculum and include people there. So we can reach thousands of people. And we are actually currently talking with many governments around the world, apart from Saudi Arabia as well, including the UK, to really leverage this way of being without gadgets, without the headset, without the hardware. And I think this is important because accessibility requires more of an accessible experience, right? It has to be able to be available to people. So if they don't have a certain laptop, that's not a problem. We can gather people into environments. And I think that the capabilities, localizing, the understanding, really be able to take that person who maybe has some basic education, is able to understand the basics, and we can really leverage and take them through this journey. Now, someone who's done a computer science degree has an easier journey transitioning across into AI. However, there could be somebody whose job is at threat, right? Maybe they are being disrupted by some of the AI areas that are going on. And I think that truly with the proactive planning, we can take those people who are maybe at risk of losing their jobs before they lose their jobs and planning ahead. And by taking that kind of proactive preparation approach, it really allows us to protect society, to enable people who are able to then really scale and help, and long-lasting effects will come from this type of being, because really the work readiness is where the gap is. Even if somebody has the skills, they need to have the confidence and the soft skills to really do well in a work environment. And that's where we develop 3D games where people can play in the environments, right from the children in the schools, right through to people who are more later on in life, who want to just transition across to a new career. So that really does give them the chance to go across industry. We're living in a time which is exciting or scary, depending on which way people look at this opportunity. And I think that if more and more governments and companies work together, the benefit to the people is absolutely phenomenal. Most countries have either an aging population or a youth problem. We need to make sure the kids are prepared for the future that we've got ahead. We need to encourage the soft skills. We need to start developing and exposing them to these type of soft skills, because no one really tells you what it's really like to work in a company until you do. And being in certain situations where people really excel, the soft skills are really what defines someone, and the attitude that they have. And if that can be developed from a young age, emotional intelligence, empathy, problem solving, critical thinking, these are all really important skills according to the World Economic Forum that people should be having. And I believe there's untapped potential in many people. And really, it's our jobs as a society to collaborate, work together, to really give people the opportunity, because it doesn't matter where they are, they deserve a chance. And I truly believe that together we can make this work and change 1 million lives by the end of 2025 and upskill these people. And therefore, we're not just changing 1 million lives, we're actually changing way more than that, because we're able to help people get into the workplace and succeed and continually develop. So I do think through immersive technology that is accessible without the headsets, without any kind of gadgets, that really is important. And we continually look and evaluate at the skills gap. If we have enough AI people once, 2 years' time, we may have enough AI people. There may be a new type of technology that comes in, new type of skill. If we can proactively plan for that, we won't have this huge gap that currently exists, and we can create a more inclusive society and really see people flourish, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. I want to see more women in technology. I want to see more people that weren't able to maybe get an education or go to university. I want to reach those people, and I truly believe that together we can do this. And with Saudi Arabia's efforts, with how they are actually transforming the country from what was a very different type of mindset, is a perfect example of what can be done with the countries around as well, to benefit from the success of their projects, to make sure the jobs come to the people in their countries as well as people who maybe want to go and work in certain countries. We need to enable people. And I truly believe that education and jobs is an absolute lifeline to people. And it's our responsibility to make sure those people are reached and prepared and ready in a way which is achievable. And I look forward to working with Pakistan on many initiatives. And I hope we get a chance to really collaborate and showcase what the people of Pakistan are really capable of.
Thank you, Ms. Shaika. You have elaborated a very good discussion that soft skills are very important for the new generations to be work in teamwork. They should be capable to understand the dynamics of the industry. Now, we are living in era of technology. Every day we feel that there is a breakthrough in AI. But we need to collaborate with international friends to get more, to strengthen more AI. This will help us to establish standard data sets, make sandboxes, make more stable models, and bring up with weights that are used for transfer learning approach. To further elaborate the importance of establishing linkages with our international industries, I would like to call Mr. Ajmal Anwar Awan, Member International Coordination, Ministry of IT and Telecom. He will enlighten us on why building partnership with international organizations are important. Please welcome him on stage.
Yeah, thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests and all the participants and the organizers, Assalamu alaikum. I'll go straight to the presentation, not to waste everyone's time. There's an African saying, if you want to walk fast, you go alone. But if you want to walk far, walking far, you need to walk together, which means you need other people, you need other partners when you have to go far. International cooperation, and that's my role at the Ministry of Information Technology and Telecommunication. I head the international cooperation team. And we do work with a lot of organizations and embassies and ministers and multilateral organizations around the world. So international cooperation is vital to keep us safer, commerce flowing, and making this planet habitable. That's essential. That's very vital. And when the stakes are higher, in the war or in terror, and in the IT world, what's happening? There's a pandemic. There was this cyber attacks. We need information sharing. We need knowledge sharing. So our stakes are much higher, and it's very essential that we collaborate with each other, not within the country, with the private sector and academia and others. And I can see there our distinguished guests from the academia also, and the private sector, and us, public sector. We work together, but we need to work across borders. We need to work with our friendly countries. We need to work with the countries we can trust, and we share knowledge. We share.
Hello, everybody.
All right. So, as the digital technologies have become a central engine of economic growth, and we all believe that ICT and technology is the central engine of the economic growth. And a number of leaders understand today that anything that can take us forward, like today's sectors, I know there are textile industry and there are other industries, manufacturing, retail, everything. But the sector that can take us fast forward out of the economic crisis in Pakistan in particular, ICT is the sector that can take us fast forward. And that's, I heard a number of times from the Prime Minister, from the President, and a few others. So why we need international cooperation? Almost all the UN funding today is linked to now SDGs. So most of you will know SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations, that's SDG 2030 agenda. A lot of people in the private sector are also contributing. And I want to acknowledge Mr. Ammar Jafri Saab and a few others, Adnan Saab. I was talking to him just a few minutes ago that a lot of people are working in that direction. So that's another reason we need international cooperation, because UN has, 193 member countries, and from the ITU is the United Nations ICT arm. Like, for health, we have WHO, and for children like UNICEF. So ITU is the United Nations agency for ICT, and Pakistan is the member of ITU. And I'm the designated focal person from Pakistan. So it's very important that we integrate, we work with them. And if we need to seek any funding, whether that's for artificial intelligence or cybersecurity or sustainability, anything linked to those 17 goals, we can go and we can ask for their funding, their support, and we can go to other countries. And international cooperation is required for research also. And I think the academia, our distinguished guests will realize and will acknowledge that, because I know that NUST and COMSETS, they're working with Saudi Arabia. We had a couple of meetings working with a few other countries, working with China, with US, and we work with all the countries across the board. And for having the research across different technologies, we need international cooperation. So that's really very, very essential. And the network economy. So today, the economies are networked across. And the network economy makes it possible to reach seamlessly across the world. And that way we can collect information and make our decisions. Now, why global partnerships are crucial and important? There are organizations and there are multi-stakeholder initiatives like GPAI, and people who are linked to AI will know that the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence is a multi-stakeholder initiative that aims supporting bridging the gap between the practice of AI and the practical applications and the research. So it's very important that we, as Pakistan, as a country, we become part of that. And there's a partnership on AI, is another multi-stakeholder nonprofit organization. So making global, intergovernmental links, we are the focal ministry for you in the digital domain and in the IT and telecom sector. So you can rely on us as the Ministry of IT and Telecommunication. We link you to different organizations, and I'll briefly go across that. McKinsey Global Institute recently analyzed the economic data from the United Nations and from the World Bank and from World Economic Forum. So they collected the data and reported that by 2030, artificial intelligence has the potential to add 16% or $13 trillion to the global economy. And it could boost the global GDP by 26%. So 26% is a big number. If the global GDP can be pushed across using this technology, so you can see the potential of AI. AI for good, some of you might know, so I did mention about the ITU, International Telecommunication Union, and they do a lot of seminars and a lot of summits. AI for Good, a Global Summit 2023 will be held from 6 to 7 July 2023 at Geneva. And they also aim to identify practical applications of AI and accelerate progress towards sustainable development goals. As I mentioned, their UN agencies are linking everything with SDGs now. So to connect AI innovators with the public, like the government organizations and the private sector and the decision makers, that is what they do. They want to bring everyone on one platform and put them together. So if any one of you could join and attend and participate, I think some of you will do. I highly encourage that you should go there. And the power of AI is immense. We can't be alone. So that's what I put it there, because we should understand the global partnerships. We should know the power of going across different countries. So if we are alone and if we do within our borders our own things, and if we don't build those networks and partnerships, we'll be alone. So we won't have that leverage of the knowledge of others and the research who other people are doing. And obviously, when we work across the board with different organizations, we can have the power to influence different organizations, and we can seek funding from them. There's immense wealth around the world. I know that some of you may be startups, or maybe many of you. So in the private sector, a lot of times we are looking for funding. I can tell you with my experience, like living 20 years out of Pakistan and in Australia and the US and Canada and other places, there's a lot of wealth around the world, and free wealth. People are ready to give you the money, but they can't trust who to give the money. So if you have the pitch, if you have the right pitch, if you go to the right people, whether your initiatives are in the climate change, in the sustainable development goals, in the poverty alleviation, which is again part of the SDGs, child online protection, connectivity, you will get a lot of funding. We just need to go to the right people. So with that, I'll go to my last slide and just give you a bit of background. Some of you might know about our role and my role, but this is what we can help you with from the ministry. So we work with some of these organizations, but there are more than these. International Telecommunication Union, which is United Nations. We work with UNDP. We work with UNIDO. I just met with Ahmad, our friend here. And GSMA, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, World Economic Forum, Islamic Development Bank, ECO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We have our own model we are developing with China under the CPEC, and that will be like the CPEC is China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. We are building now CPDC, which is China-Pakistan Digital Corridor under the CPEC. And we will be working on a number of projects out there. We are working with the United States. We are working with Azerbaijan, with Japan. We have, in fact, hired a consultant through JICA, and they work very closely with us. I think they work with NUST and ComCerts also. So you can leverage our, links and our connections. We work with large corporates. Obviously, we work with big brands like Google and Amazon and Microsoft and SAP. A lot of multilateral organizations like DCO, Digital Cooperation Organization. So the countries who are the members over there, we can link you to those countries and those organizations also. So we have connections up to the Secretary General level. Like I talk to them day in, day out through WhatsApp and on the phone calls. So we have linkages there. And you might know, some of you know that we are working as a Ministry of IT, we are working on national artificial intelligence policy. And my good friend, Mr. Junaid Imam might be joining here later today, going through the details of that policy. It's still a draft, and we will be putting it up for consultation like we always do. So whatever policy we have, like personal data protection policy or cybersecurity policy, whenever we work on the draft, we put it up for consultation. So the national AI policy will be put up for consultation. So stay tuned and please be ready and be proactive to give your feedback on that policy draft. So ICT is the savior, and that's what I said before. I do believe whoever follow me on LinkedIn or other social media, I do say that whenever I go in the global events, that anything that can take our country fast forward out of the current challenges is the ICT sector, because that sector has a lot of people have their own parameters, but what I feel is the cost of sales is low. There are a lot of digital products. You don't have to spend a lot of money to produce the products. So, I mean, there's so much leverage we can have using ICT, and we can increase our exports. Ministry of IT is working on increasing the exports. The Prime Minister has given us now $15 billion target for the next 3 years, and we are up on that challenge. Inshallah, we will go more than that to bring that revenue. So ICT is the way to go. And the last one. So once again, I will say and volunteer and offer from the Ministry of IT all the support to the private sector and to academia, because that is our role. The role of federal government and role of the governments are to enable our markets, enable our businesses, to facilitate, to make the policies which are, helpful for growing your businesses and for increasing the education. So it's very important that we work together, and particularly the private sector, the academia, and the public sector. We work together, and our policies are aligned so that the students who are coming out of the unis and out of the educational institutions, they are aligned. As a policymakers, we should know where the private sector is going, where the directions are, where the world is going towards. So it's very important that we work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening the audience about the importance of establishing liaison with international friends and companies. We are very thankful for the contribution of Ministry of IT and Telecom in enabling the Pakistan to map towards the productivity. Now, I would like to request worthy Dr. Rizwan Riaz, Prorector NUS. Please welcome him on stage.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. So when I was preparing for this talk today, like a good scholar, I asked ChatGPT what I should say. So ChatGPT gave me a very logical list of topics: cybersecurity, future of AI, ethics, etc., etc. And like a perfectly good human being, I'm going to ignore the advice and not talk about any of that. And hopefully experience as not an AI expert, as one of the rest of us, and how AI matters to us and what we are doing at NUS to make it matter to everybody. So let me start with 1986. I went to the US Air Force Academy on an exchange program, and we were the first class in the US Air Force Academy who were given computers, 286 computers, can you believe it? And they said, everything that you do will be typed, you will do your assignments here, you will do programming, etc., etc. This was new for the US Air Force Academy, and therefore, of course, it was new for me. I was going from Pakistan. But what that did was, it made me an equal to everybody else there, because nobody else also knew computers. Suddenly, all the experience that the Americans had, all their education, all their high school differences, quality, etc., did not matter at all. All that mattered was who could use those computers correctly. A few years later, I'm back home. And in Pakistan, computers are a new thing, early 90s. And we are talking about in the Air Force, for example, at every base, there would be 1 or 2 officers who knew what to do with a computer. And they were stars. They were the officers everybody wanted because they could do data analytics. What was data analytics? You could chart a few graphs. You could digitize your data, but you were stars. All the experience of the previous generations did not matter. You were good because you had a new technology to play with and you knew what to do with it. So there are always technology jump on points in society. Our age, we saw the computers. Later generations saw internet. I think this generation is now starting to see ChatGPTs and AI. This is a technology jump on point. And this is an opportunity that we must not miss, because this is going to be, as people and experts keep saying, it's going to be bigger than the internet, it's going to be bigger than electricity, and it's going to be bigger than fire. Whatever it's bigger than, it is an opportunity for Pakistan. And right now, we don't seem to be taking that opportunity as seriously as we should be. And therefore, what we need to be doing at academia and what we need to be doing at the country level, there are so many things that experts will talk about today. So I will focus on a little bit of what NUST is doing. So the National University of Sciences and Technology hosts the National Center of Artificial Intelligence. And you will hear from Dr. Yasir Riaz today at a later point. But the idea of having that center was that you would be able to lead the research around the country, around the different universities, connect with industry and other partners, government, of course, and find ways to make AI a regular part of our lives, make it sustainable financially. The national centers of AI, national centers, all the 4 or 5 national centers that were established were supposed to become financially sustainable in 3 to 4 years. The idea was they would create products out of it. Unfortunately, we have developed an education system in our academia where we say write papers. So if you ask any of the centers and if you ask any of the universities, they will be able to cite how many hundreds and thousands of papers they have written on this technology. What have we actually produced? So what we did in NUST about 2 years ago was that we said, okay, papers are good. You need your papers for your careers. Excellent, write them. If you don't write good papers, you're not a good faculty member anyway. But that's not what we want from you. What we want from you are projects. What we want from you are products. So we pushed our faculty towards applied research in all fields, specific, but in a much more focused way in these disruptive technologies of AI, data analytics, big data and cloud computing and robotics and all these fields. And so I hope when you get a chance to ask Dr. Yasir, he will be able to give you numbers. Things started to change. And suddenly, when we would ask for a quarterly or a monthly or a 6-monthly report from the centers, what you have done, instead of saying we attended 3 conferences and we hosted 1 conference and wrote 7 papers, they started telling us about projects that they were doing. They started talking about industrial income. They started talking about partners, and partners not from academia, but from industry. And suddenly, things started to change. And instead of going into the National Center of AI, and I'm focusing on AI, but this is true for all the national centers, and finding out all these charts and these posters on their walls, we started to see demonstrations. We started to see robots moving around. We started to see a wheelchair follow a line. We started to see projects for different industries in image analysis. And unfortunately, no ChatGPT.pk, but at least a lot of projects started to come out. That is what we need. We need a change in policy level at academia, which means HEC, Ministries of Science and Technology. We need the government's help to push this. What we need is projects and products. If a faculty needs to be, has to be promoted, it has to be based on projects, not papers. If a university has to be graded, it has to be graded on projects, on products, not on papers, not on conferences. They're good, they need to be done, but they cannot be the goal. And this is absolutely true of AI. AI is very similar to the computers of my age. There were 2 officers on a base who knew how to use computers, and the rest of them, we can get all work done with these 2. Maybe we need 2 more. If we have 4 people using computers, that's more than enough. Right now, we seem to be treating AI the same way. As long as we have some experts working in AI, that's good. That's not how it is going to be. It's going to be like computers. Your 80-year-old mother is going to be using AI, just like she's using a tablet today. And if we don't get into that habit very, very soon, it's going to be late, because this is the jump on point. It's going to be another 3 to 4 or 5 years before we are way behind if we don't catch up. And to do that, we have to start thinking of AI differently. Artificial intelligence is not something magical. It's not technologically unbelievable. I look at it, so I'm one of those other people who is not an AI expert, but I've done projects in AI. You know what I do? I look at AI and I forget about the artificial part. So I say, okay, it's an intelligence. It's an intelligent person who can help me do this work, any work. So whatever you want to do, think of AI as just a very intelligent person who can help you. Then find the way to use that intelligent person to help you, just like you would find a way to use a very intelligent person to work for you as a person. So it turns out Google is an excellent resource. If you want to design an aircraft, I'm an aeronautical engineer, and I thought, wait a second, if it's an intelligent person, maybe it can design an aircraft. How do I design an aircraft with AI? So I Googled, how do you design an aircraft with AI? And lo and behold, 3,000 answers, 2 of them actually useful. And you start to figure out, okay, that's not difficult. There's already a program somebody made. Here's research going on. Here's 20 papers somebody's written. So there's already knowledge out there on how to use AI. So I got a PhD student of mine. So I asked a PhD student of mine and said, start reading that, and we are going to design an aircraft using AI. And you know what AI was for me? If you are an aircraft designer, you have a book which was published for the first time in the 40s and 50s, which lists all the different shapes of airfoils used in wings and gives experimental data related to them. It's this thick book, every page is a different airfoil. And a good designer is one who can pick the right airfoil out of that book or create a new airfoil based on the different data in that. Any human would probably remember maybe 20 airfoils. So when I talk of AI, I think of a human who can remember the whole book. And therefore, I ask that human, that intelligence, okay, find me an airfoil which can do this. Now, to ask that question, I have to learn a language, Just like if you want to talk to a PhD or if you talk to a specialist in a field, if you want to talk to a medical doctor, you have to learn their language. Similarly, in this case, I have to learn a language. How do I ask that question to an AI? Luckily, ChatGPTs and all these new things that are coming out are going to make that very, very easy for us. But it's not that difficult anyway. So each one of us has to start thinking of AI is just like any other smart person. And how do I ask that smart person what I need it to do? Then you will be able to use it. Because if you don't, you will be just like those people who did not use computers in the 90s. And then till today, when you hand them a tablet or something, they can only maybe push 2 buttons. Whereas everybody will have to use it. There is just no choice in this. And therefore, what we are trying to do at the university level is bring AI into every field. We are asking our arts and architecture people, the management people, the social sciences people, and of course, the engineering and IT people, what to do with AI. You have to incorporate AI into your projects. It turns out that the industrial design people can use AI. It turns out management people can use AI. It turns out everybody can use AI because everybody has to use AI. And if they don't, they're going to be left behind, just like those people who got left behind when computers came up. A very, very often quoted example, Nokia. All the experience of Nokia, global marketing, global everything, hardware, software, blah, 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 washed away by a new company because they did not jump at the right point. I used a Nokia tablet early 2000s, and it was a very nice tablet. And Nokia believed the tablet and the phone markets were 2 different things. They believed this, and they made a beautiful tablet. Nobody even knows the name. Even I've forgotten the name, right? You do not jump on the technology jump on point at the right time. Sony, the absolute leader in mobile music, portable music players, the absolute global leader, no doubt about it, washed away by a startup which thought, okay, let's do this with a touch screen, because they didn't jump on the jump on point. We right now have a train which has actually started to become fast. It's not as slow as it used to be. If we don't start jumping on now, it's going to be late. And for this, we need to do a few changes. Academia has to play its part, of course. There have to be some experts who continue to write papers and do algorithmic research and try to find new ways of doing AI. But most of us have to learn how to use AI. And we don't really have to worry about what's the latest today. We have to be able to use what was latest 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 2 weeks ago. Therefore, at the national level, and I'm very glad to see that there's an AI policy coming up, at the national level, AI must be integrated into each subject. This must be a core course in every subject that is covered in a university and must be made a subject in college and school levels. AI is not that difficult that you can't teach it to a 5-year-old because the US is already doing it, China is already doing it. Secondly, the university system has to change. We have talked to HEC about this. We are talking to MOST about this, being NUST, we are a MOST university. And we're getting some very positive responses, but there needs to be a crisis. The crisis is stop writing papers, start doing projects. Imagine, why is the global ranking system based on papers? Because this gives them your ideas. So if NUST has to become from 334th to the top 200 universities, you have to submit your best ideas to the top journals of the US and the European Union and etc. Brain drain, without actually draining the brains. They're just getting your ideas. The same ideas, because of the policies that we have made, are not being turned into products. So you will, inshallah, hear a few examples today from the research. I've seen the panelists, and I know some of the people have done excellent work in the real world with AI, but this needs to be a national emergency. And to back it all up, there needs to be actually an emergency imposed, which I call a coding emergency. Pakistani kids get their first experience of a computer in the 21st century when they reach a university. And that is horrible. That will not work. Our kids need to be exposed to programming in class 1. I was attending a seminar by Open Silicon Valley in San Francisco, and they had school kids there presenting their game projects, etc. And the school kids were as young as 6-year-old, and they're showing the game that they had made. Our university students cannot make that game. This is, of course, NUST has the top computer science school of the country. It takes us 2 years to get them to a point that they can do what our school kids are doing outside. That needs to be a national emergency. If we do these 2-3 things, AI is not a problem. Before I was pro-rector, I was principal of one of the schools, the School of Supercomputing in NUST, the Research Center for Modeling and Simulation. And I asked my faculty members, propose some ideas for projects. Let's do some projects for industry, for the military, for the government. Let's do some projects. And different people, so I want to talk about one. He was my second youngest faculty member. So one of those quiet ones was sitting in the back, not really openly talking about, but he said an idea, sir, I want to do work on image analysis using AI. Image analysis was one of the strong areas of AI. Anybody who's using Google Photos knows that. So he said, I want to use image analysis, AI in image analysis and do a project. So I asked, what's your field? He says, computational biology. So what do you know about AI? Because the AI isn't that difficult. I Googled the other day and I found out how to do image analysis. Changed my mind because I started thinking of AI like he was thinking of AI. AI is just a very simple tool. Just go Google how to use this and you will be able to use AI. He did a project on image analysis. It became one of the best projects of the university, won a few awards, got a lot of industrial funding. Now he's doing 20 different projects, one for Serena, for tree plantation and tree health, one for military, one for dermatology, one for all using image analysis. And the guy is computational biology. He's not an AI expert. He, in fact, is doing more AI projects in NUST than anybody else. Just an example, you don't have to be an AI expert to be using AI. In fact, you have to use AI, whatever your expertise. So I will end this talk again by saying ChatGPT is good. ChatGPT must be used because that's, again, something that we have to get used to very, very soon. The version 4 is out. I think it came out 2 days ago. And it's going to go much faster now. And we have to start thinking of AI as just another person. We have to start thinking of AI like a computer or a phone or a tablet, which each one of us will use. We will not have a choice. So you can use it like, sorry to say, a dumb person, or you can use it as a person who actually knows what they're doing, and it's not difficult. So have the confidence to dip your hands into the AI river and use it. At NUST, I would welcome all the participants and anybody else that you can reach out to. Please come to us, either as a partner, as a researcher, or just to learn what AI is and what we can do together. And let's partner together and build this AI community as strong as possible across academia, across industry, and across the whole country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the contribution of NUST and the contribution of NCAI. Now, I would like to request another distinguished guest speaker, Air Commodore Salman Aslam, Chief Director, AI and Big Data Analytics Division of NASTEP, who will present the topic Algorithmic Warfare. Please welcome him on stage.
Distinguished guests. My name is Air Commodore Salman Aslam. I head the AI division at the National Aerospace Science and Technology Park. So a quick sequence of my presentation on algorithmic warfare. First of all, a quick introduction. We'll talk about the present, what's going on now, and how are we preparing for the future. What do we expect the future to hold for us? Some thoughts that will go a little bit lateral, and then conclusions. So first of all, starting off with the critical technology areas. These are some of the technology areas that are useful, that will be useful, are useful for not just the military, but for just about every branch that we all belong to. These are the seed areas. Then come the effective adoption areas. And of course, trusted AI and autonomy are here. And these are all areas that are useful, not just for, again, an Air Force or an Army, but for just about everybody. And then we've got those defense-specific areas. What's important to notice here is that defense-specific areas are very few. And most of the technologies are democratized. They're out there. They're dual use. So they're not just. There was a time when you had this sort of division between technologies for the military and technologies for not the military. Not anymore. So what are the enablers for algorithmic warfare? The first one is artificial intelligence, which is the ability to do human-like activities. It doesn't have to model the brain. It has to do what the brain does. And input-output mapping, we're just interested in the outputs. We're not interested in the biological systems of the brain. We're not interested in how the brain processes information, because I'll talk about that later. That's extremely difficult to do. Big data, which is extremely large data sets that reveal patterns, trends, and associations. And of course, the cloud, which is storing and accessing information away from your computer, generally on the internet. And we will not talk about algorithms, AI hardware, adversarial attacks, deepfakes. These are all things that start to get a bit technical. Right now, I'd like to stay more general. So starting off with the OODA loop. The OODA loop, again, is something that was developed by John Boyd in the 1990s. He was a military strategist, but he studied a lot of military history. He studied a lot of non-military history. He also studied a lot of neuroscience. And the idea is that you observe, you orient, you decide, and you act. Observe means it's your eyes that are taking information. There's sensors that have to be military sensors. They can be human sensors. They can be industrial sensors. Orientation means you analyze and interpret that information. That's where the AI comes in. Then you decide and then you act. So this is a loop that we're doing, all of us do in our heads when we come together as organizations. Then you have organizational OODA loops. So the idea is for an organization, military or not, to speed up its OODA loop, its decision. When the inputs come in, information comes in, how do you process, how do you act? Like Sarizwan Riaz was saying, we need to get information and process it quickly. The idea is to work inside the adversary's OODA loop, which means getting faster, so that the more actions you take makes it more and more difficult for your adversary to keep up. Again, military, non-military, same thing applies to both. Then the idea of automation and autonomy, generally can be pretty confusing. Automated systems are those that have rule-based systems. They're deterministic. For a given set of inputs, they're going to create a given set of outputs. And so all of these things that I'm talking about right now are leading up the argument towards algorithmic warfare. The second thing is autonomous systems. Autonomous systems are those that generally are probabilistic. When they take a set of inputs, generally don't require human input, machine learning, AI, and they produce certain outputs. Nowhere is this distinction or this gradient more clearly defined than for autonomous vehicles, where you have all the way from level 0 to level 5, level 0 being completely automated, level 5 being completely autonomous, and then, of course, this spectrum of autonomy. Then come the paradoxes of AI. First of all, these technologies are brilliant, they're beautiful, they sound really fancy, they're dazzling and all of that stuff, but they suffer from two basic problems. First of all is Monarch's paradox, which means that intelligent machines find difficult things easy, crunching lots of numbers, and they find the easy things difficult. How much milk do I have in my refrigerator? That's extremely hard to get right. Of course, kids can do that really well. And then this idea of generalizability versus explainability. The better that your AI system gets, the more complicated it gets. And the more complicated it gets, the more difficult it is to understand what's going on. And so in the military and in critical systems and critical industrial systems, how do you trust a system that you have no clue how it arrived at its answers? If you ask it how it arrived at its answers, it's going to give you a million calculations. Not good enough. If it's an industrial setting, if it's a critical application, medical, again, military as well, of course, it's just not going to be trustworthy. So building trust into AI is of paramount importance. Then growth in the commercial sector. There was a time when, again, the military and the commercial sector, the military was ahead, the commercial sector was behind. Of course, we know now it's kind of, it's inverted now. It's the other way around. And so at the Center of AI, where I work, we have difficulty in attracting top talent, and it's the same thing globally as well. And expanding autonomous capabilities in everyday commercial products. As you get more and more autonomy in commercial, UAVs are classical examples. You've got people who can build military-grade UAVs. What do you do? What does the military go? It makes it very difficult. Then comes the technology acceptance curve. AI is the fifth step change in technology. So this is a bit military specific. Everything I've talked about is nothing to do with the military alone. It's just general. But here we have, first came the radar, then came navigational aids, then came revolution military affairs, which is basically structures, better structures on how we work, on how the militaries organize themselves and structure to do combat. Then comes the network. For you, it's the internet. For us, it's network-centric warfare. And then there's artificial intelligence. So an ideal Air Force stays on the red curve. On the x-axis, you have the time available to accept technology. On the y-axis is the complexity of the technology. So as time goes along, you have less and less time. The horizontal axis gets smaller, the vertical axis gets bigger. You've got less and less time to adopt a technology. If you're slow, like an actual Air Force is, the slower you are, the bigger the gap. And that's where the blue line is. So like Sir Rizwan said again, I'll quote him again, this is the time, this is the jump on point. We've got to jump on. And the strengths and weaknesses of AI. So now we start to move towards algorithmic warfare. And I'm going to continue to try to tie it with commercial and non-military applications because this is a wider audience. So humans and intelligent machines have strengths and weaknesses. Crucially, most importantly, they differ. Right, so humans, we all know our limitations, but we're good at inductive thought. Millions of years of evolution have made us very good. We've seen a lot of it has been encoded in our genes, a lot of it has been encoded in our epigenome. And then, of course, it's the genes of the genome that make the brain, which gives us great inductive capabilities. But intelligent machines are brittle, they have low domain adaptability, but they're very good at the 3 V's of data, which is data with high volume, lots of data, high velocity, fast moving data, sensors that are processing information quickly. The spinal cord processes information at 250 miles an hour. That's a lot of information, but it's nowhere close to the velocity of information that's coming in inside a human visual system. And then, of course, variety. You've got sensors, you've got sonar data, you've got industrial sensors, vibration sensors, temperature sensors, pressure sensors, and so on. So you've got this velocity, variety, and volume of data that AI is really, really good at, and machines are really good at. Okay, now uncertainty in the battlefield. Again, this is not just uncertainty in the battlefield. It's uncertainty whenever you have a competitive environment, whether it's Silicon Valley, whether it's Pakistan, whether it's the military as well. The battlefield is an environment where there's high uncertainty and there's limited information. There's partial observability. You don't observe. It's not a game of chess. You don't see everything. The information is not completely visible to you. And indeed, adversaries will try to magnify on that, right? They'll try to exploit the fog and fiction of war. So now we come to, so this was a background, just, certain concepts, a bit disconnected in some sense, but concepts that are required to be understood before you start to think about how you're going to apply artificial intelligence, whether you're in a competitive environment, whether it's military or non-military. But these are ideas that tend to be important, that tend to be helpful. First of all, the notion that machines can replace humans right now with contemporary technology is misleading. Of course, it might change in the future, but for now, it's misleading. Humans are here to stay. The real implementation, of course, is a practical one. The idea is how do we work together, right? Determining the optimum blend of human and machine intelligence that leverages the attributes of each of these two different modalities. We're both learning machines. We've got to adapt to each other. So, in other words, what is the best way to form human-machine combat teams? So the idea then is the question then is there an interdependence or is there a co-learning? And interdependence means there's two alternate modalities that are working with each other. Co-learning means they're actually evolving with each other. Right. And I will argue that there's actually a mutual evolution, and it's been backed by many studies. So this teaming has been likened to a mythical centaur, so the brains of a human, the speed of a horse. But this interdependence goes beyond the simple analogy, right? The simple analogy of a centaur, this maximize strengths and minimize weaknesses, does not exactly capture. We know that an analogy only goes so far, and it's certainly true in this case. So co-learning. So let me give you an example of chess. Chess was one of the first games that showed people that if you have a completely observable environment, but you've got a lot of options, machines can probably do okay. So in 2005, so 1997 was the first time that AI beat a human, but that wasn't really AI. It was more of a number crunching machine. In 2000. Teams of humans plus machine dominated even the strongest computers. Come 2016, where real AI starts to beat humans, especially in the DeepMind challenge, the game Go, the number of legal board positions is 2 times 10 to the 170, which is orders and orders of magnitude more than the number of atoms in the universe. Of course, the game of chess has orders and orders of magnitude less than the number of atoms in the universe. Both machine and human improved upon interacting. So I've just given examples from chess and Go because these tend to be strategic games. The idea is that this has been replicated across industries. Teaming is good. Machines alone, as of yet, are not that good. So this suggests a way forward. The human segment takes its strengths, right? The human intuition, the induction, the lateral thinking, the domain adaptability, generalization, working in highly complex environments. And the machine segment focuses on the 3 V's of big data, the volume, the velocity, and the variety. It's got its high-speed problem skills. It's got single-minded concentration, which, of course, we have trouble with on tightly defined problems, right? So if you can constrain the space of the problem that you're trying to solve, in other words, if you're trying to solve a narrow problem, then a narrow intelligence is going to do very well. Of course, ChatGPT-3 demonstrated how it's actually narrow in many sense, and ChatGPT-4 has been promised to be 70% or something less narrow. I mean, it's still going to go off the hook. It's still going to give you crazy answers. So are you going to depend on ChatGPT-4 to fly your aircraft? Absolutely not, right? So AI is still not there yet, even with all the hype and all of that. It's beautiful. It's a great product. Still not there yet. So can we perchance remove the humans yet? Probably not, right? So do we remove the humans and completely automate strategy development? Well, strategy is one of those fortes of humans, a foible for AI. So intelligent machines have a probabilistic element. So they will, in general, determine the maximum likelihood of certain events occurring. Well, if those events never occurred before, for instance, a strategy is not quite repeatable, right? If you have a business strategy or if you have a military strategy, and if it's known to work, at least in the military especially, if it has previously succeeded, you're going to have this motivation to try to, and people are going to anticipate repetition. So you want to not use it, right? Von Schlieffen's plan of double encirclement in World War I, you're not going to try to do double encirclement every time. People know what it is. You're going to try to do different things, right? So they will try to take steps to thwart that policy. So success generally comes to those who are able to be creative. Think Napoleon, just extremely creative, very, very Tipu Sultan, right? So you have to devise new strategies. So intelligent machines that draw on historical data, because ChatGPT and all of these machines were trained on historical data. Well, how do you expect them to take that creative leap? Humans, of course, are really good, again, because we've got 2 million years of evolution. We've got a lot of stuff encoded in our DNA, a lot of stuff that goes inside. We've seen so much and we remember so much, even though we may not consciously realize it. So in this particular case, for instance, this machine says it's motionless, it's soft, it's brightly colored, so it must be a donut. That's something that probably ChatGPT would do, right? Although the next ChatGPT is going to be images plus text, but all right, so man-on-man teaming, the approach would be to build an improved human-machine interface. The nature interface would have to vary. So now the focus is on the interface. How do we interface? You examine the problems together, right? Okay, and this is reinforcement learning because we're both learning machines. Now, the nature of war is going to remain steady. It's going to be bloody, it's going to be murderous, and it's going to remain violent and chaotic. So the steady nature of war stays as it is. However, nations go to war generally because they don't understand relative capabilities. Could it be that robot wars might be a way to probe other people, and so you'll be more ready to go into war? And that's certainly something that's very scary. And the changing character of war means that in recent decades, we've been trying to develop smaller forces, which are better. Numerically larger forces used to be the Achilles heel, not any longer now. Smaller forces, brighter forces, intelligent machines may also quicken war. And wealthy countries now will be able to generate more autonomous machines. And so the advantage that countries with large populations, think Russia used to have, is going to diminish over time. All right, so currently we have network-centric warfare. The idea is the network is central. For business operations, the internet connectivity is central. For us, the network that we create is central to war. In future, in machine wage warfare, you're still going to want to distribute intelligent machines across the network, but now there's more autonomy. So that if the network goes down, these semi-autonomous machines, autonomous machines can actually take over. So the network is probably not as useful as it used to be. Okay, so I'm going to move over this a bit quickly. I'm running out of time. The fundamental idea of future warfare is going to be the rise of the swarm, right? For people who are outside the military, the rise of the cyber swarm, right? That's one example. So many agents that are out to get your information in the physical world, so many autonomous weapons that are out to destroy and defeat your defense networks. So numbers can quickly overwhelm hostile defenses. The pace is going to be at machine speed, something called hyperwar, microsecond, nanosecond war. Humans can't keep up. It's machines versus machines, probably 2070 and onwards. So a quick summary of network-centric and intelligent network-centric as we have it today, and machine-wage warfare as we're going to have it probably 2070 onwards, is you have this high speed, high pace, individual components, less expensive. What used to be a $50 million machine replaced with $2 million, $1 million machines, tons of them. Right now, not more than 100 aircraft in the air. From here on down, 1,000, 10,000 aircraft in the air in another 50 years to come. So last 2 or 3 slides, it's also interesting to look at physics, right? So there's nothing in physics that says that AI is not doable. The class 1 impossibilities will happen in a century or 2. The class 2 impossibilities in 1,000 or a million years. And class 3 impossibilities probably never. Those are impossibilities of technologies that we have no clue about. We don't understand the physics. Robots are in class 1 impossibilities. So there's nothing in the physics realm that tells us that we can't take AI and scale it up to the next level. From a biology point of view, of course, we've got this religious aspect. Most people think that AI is never going to take over humans. Of course, that may or may not be defensible. But the idea is that can we outsmart evolution? Do we need to? Do we need to create a brain? Well, we don't. There's various initiatives that are trying to simulate the human brain. In order to simulate the human brain with today's technologies, we're in exascale computing. You need 1 million times more computing power to simulate a human brain. New fields of silicon and carbon and silicon-based last year came out. Carbon and silicon-based neurons working together over the internet. Brain on a chip, organoid intelligence, where you take brain chips and brain neurons that are powering computers. New fields, very interesting, things to keep your eyes open to. Final thoughts. Pakistan Air Force has established the Center of Artificial Intelligence and Computing, where I'm the Chief Technical Officer, and I head the AI division at the National Aerospace Science and Technology Park. We work on projects, on AI projects of interest. We've deployed a couple of projects in the field. It's been about a year. So it's been an interesting journey. It's been challenging. Taking actual AI products and putting them out in the hands of people who are going to use them. Thank you so much. My conclusions: the nature of war is constant. AI will change its characteristics. The enablers of algorithmic warfare are AI, big data, and computing. Steady progress is being made in algorithmic warfare. Right now, it's intelligent NCW, network-centric warfare, where we have AI in various elements of the network, various elements of the internet. In the long term, robotic warfare 2070, hyperwar, and rise of the swarm. A richer perspective, however, can be obtained if we look at technologies that are outside AI, right? So if you really want to understand and appreciate the field, it's not a bad idea to start off with the philosophy of the mind, which is taught by philosophy departments, and then go all the way down to physics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rear Commodore Salman, for enlightening the audience about the algorithmic warfare. Now, I would like to, without further ado, we would like to call upon on stage our guest of honors of today's ceremony, worthy Mr. S.N. Iqbal Chaudhry, Federal Minister, Ministry of Planning, Development, and Special Initiative. Please welcome him on stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to speak at this very august gathering of IT and artificial intelligence professionals. Seeing that there is media also, and probably this message might go outside this room, I'll switch to Urdu so that I can relate to much bigger audience. आप सब इस बात से बखूबी वाकिफ हैं कि इस वक्त दुनिया एक बहुत बड़ी तब्दीली से गुजर रही है। ये वो तब्दीली नहीं है जिसको हम अपने मुल्क में समझते हैं। ये स्टेट ऑफ पंक्चुएटेड इक्विलिब्रियम है। तारीख के अंदर मुख्तलिफ ऐसे मौके आए हैं कि जब टेक्नोलॉजी ने पूरी इंसानी तहजीब को, मईशत को, समाज को नई बुनियादों के ऊपर खड़ा किया। और जब भी कोई ऐसी एनवायरनमेंट की चेंज हो कि जिससे उसकी ग्रोथ पे पैराडाइम शिफ्ट आए, तो वो एक स्टेट ऑफ पंक्चुएटेड इक्विलिब्रियम कहलाती है। तकरीबन 1200 साल तक सीजर से लेकर नेपोलियन तक इंसान घोड़े की रफ्तार पे चलता रहा। फिर जब स्टीम इंजन आया तो उसने उस रफ्तार को पहिए लगा दिए और पहली सनती इनकलाब की बुनियाद रखी। उस सनती इनकलाब के बाद जब इंसान ने उसे मास्टर किया तो मैस प्रोडक्शन के दौर में दाखिल हुआ, बड़ी बड़ी फैक्ट्रीज लगी, तो उसे दूसरा सनती इनकलाब कहा गया। और जब उससे आगे कंप्यूटर्स आए और इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी ने प्रोडक्शन को दोबारा रीवैम्प किया, तो उस इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ तीसरा सनती इनकलाब पैदा हुआ, जिसने प्रोडक्शन में प्रोडक्टिविटी को 4 चांद लगा दिए। और उस प्रोडक्टिविटी की इंक्रीज से हर शुबे के अंदर बेशुमार पोटेंशियल पैदा हुए और उन पोटेंशियल से एक नई प्रॉस्पेरिटी हासिल की गई। अब हम देख रहे हैं कि डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज और खास तौर पे कंप्यूटर्स, रोबोटिक्स, टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस, माइक्रो इलेक्ट्रिक्स इंटेलिजेंस, मशीन लर्निंग, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग, ये सारी जो नए ड्राइवर्स उभर रहे हैं, न सिर्फ ये कि ये खुद एक पूरा नया फिनोमेना क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, इनकी आपस में आपके साथ नए नए शुबे वजूद पाए और उससे लाभ जो प्रोडक्शन के तरीके हैं, पुराने जो सीखने के तरीके हैं, पुराने जो रहन सहन के तरीके हैं, हाउ वी लिव, हाउ वी लर्न एंड हाउ वी अर्न एंड हाउ वी सर्वाइव, एवरीथिंग इज चेंजिंग। सो इसलिए अब ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है उन तमाम ममालिक के लिए कि जो मुस्तकबिल तामीर करना चाहते हैं, कि वो किस हद तक प्रोएक्टिव लर्निंग के जरिए, प्रोएक्टिविटी के जरिए इन चीजों को अपने अंदर होते हैं या हासिल करते हैं। जब भी आप मिल सकते हैं, either you can be proactive, learn what is coming towards you, and develop a capability wherein you will become beneficiary of the change. So वो एक proactive अंदाज है। दूसरा ये है कि आप कबूतर की तरह के बढ़ते हैं, या तो रिएक्टिव मोड में चले जाते हैं जिसमें एक्टिव रिस्पॉन्स, यू ओनली गेट टाइम फॉर डैमेज। चेंज आई है, मुका करके सरवाइव कर सकते हैं और डैमेज कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। और तीसरी चीज है कि यू रिमेन इन स्टेट ऑफ डिनाइल। आप उस तब्दीली को या चेंज को एक्सेप्ट करने से इनकार और आपको देती है। So, ये 3 रिस्पॉन्स हैं जो हर सोसाइटी ने फेस करनी होती हैं जब इतना बड़ा तगय्युर या तब्दीली उसकी तरफ आ रही हो। 2013-14 में इन्हीं तब्दीलियों को देखते हुए हमने उस वक्त पाकिस्तान विजन 2025 का एक मास्टर प्लान या लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान कि जिसके तहत न सिर्फ ये कि हम पाकिस्तान को एक एक्सेलरेटेड ग्रोथ पाथ पे डालना चाहते थे, बल्कि जो ये तब्दीलियां हैं इनके लिए प्रोएक्टिव अंदाज में मुल्क में नई कैपेबिलिटी तैयार करना चाहते थे। जहां तक एक्सेलरेटेड डेवलपमेंट की बात है तो 2013-14 में पाकिस्तान के पास बहुत बड़े बुनियादी गैप्स थे। एनर्जी के 16-18 घंटे बिजली नहीं थी। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के, हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तोड़ फोड़ का शिकार था। हमने 10 साल नेटो की सप्लाईज उठाई बगैर किसी फीस लिए, फीस सबीलिल्लाह नेटो को हम अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देते रहे। उससे उनकी तो जंग चली लेकिन हमारा फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तबाह बर्बाद हो गया। और इसके साथ साथ ही हमारे मुल्क में पीस और स्टेबिलिटी का ये आलम था कि हर रोज कोई खुदकुश बमबार फटता था। तो सबसे पहली तरजीह प्रायोरिटी इन बेसिक प्लेटफॉर्म्स को, क्योंकि कोई भी इकोनॉमिक तरक्की जब तक आपके यहाँ पीस एंड स्टेबिलिटी नहीं होगी, आपके मुल्क में एनर्जी नहीं होगी, आपके मुल्क में बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं, पीस और स्टेबिलिटी यकीनी बनाई। एनर्जी के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए 11,000 मेगावाट नई पैदावारी सलाहियत सिस्टम में पैदा की। और ये कोई मामूली काम नहीं था, क्योंकि 67 इयर्स में हमने 18,000 मेगावाट बिजली पैदा की। 67 इयर्स में 18,000 के मुकाबले में 4 सालों में 11,000 मेगावाट की नई सलाहियत पैदा करना यकीनन एक बहुत गैर मामूली सलाहियत थी जो पाकिस्तानी कौम ने मुख्तसर तरीन मुद्दे हासिल की। इस तरह नए प्रोजेक्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के, जिससे कि मुल्क के अंदर नॉर्थ से साउथ पाकिस्तान तकरीबन मोटरवेज के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, जिसमें कि एक रोड और कनेक्टिविटी का रेवोल्यूशन है। कभी नहीं सोच सकता था कि लोग कराची से लाहौर आने के लिए फैमिली के साथ बाय रोड सफर करने को तरजीह देंगे बजाय बाय एयर आने के। आज हजारों लाखों लोग उस रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ न सिर्फ उसको बेहतर करने के लिए एफिशिएंट मींस ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फॉर कार्गो वजूद पा चुके हैं। न सिर्फ फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया गया, बल्कि ई पाकिस्तान के लिए 3G और 4G के लाइसेंसेस जो 8 सालों से रुके हुए थे, उनको भी निकाला गया और पाकिस्तान में एक डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी का बेसिक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया गया। 10 लाख से ज्यादा नौजवानों को यूनिवर्सिटीज में लैपटॉप्स के जरिए डिजिटली एम्पावर किया गया, जिसमें से नौजवानों की बहुत बड़ी अक्सरियत फ्री लांसर्स के तौर पे ई लांसिंग करने ली और पाकिस्तान दुनिया का 3rd बिगेस्ट ई लांसिंग कंट्री में शुमार होने लग गया। इसी तरह CPAC के नतीजे में हमने चाइना से पाकिस्तान में टेक्नोलॉजी हासिल करने के मुख्तलिफ दरवाजे खोले, जिससे पाकिस्तान आगे चढ़ने लगा। इसके साथ जो नेक्स्ट लेवल था, जिसके ऊपर आप आज ये कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, शायद आप में से कम लोगों को पता होगा कि 2017 और 18 में हमने 6 नेशनल सेंटर्स ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी खोले। सेंटर्स ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी का मकसद ये था कि पाकिस्तान को 4th इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन के टेक्नोलॉजी और एक्सेलेंस कंसोर्शियम मोड के ऊपर, नेटवर्क अप्रोच के ऊपर बनाए गए, जहां पर ये सेंटर कायम किया गया। हर सेंटर के साथ 6 से 8 इंजीनियरिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज की लैब्स मुल्क के मुख्तलिफ हिस्सों में इनके साथ जोड़ी गई। तो नेशनल सेंटर फॉर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस नस्ट के अंदर कायम किया गया, जिसने नहायत कामयाबी के साथ गुज़श्ता 4-5 सालों में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की एप्लीकेशंस मुख्तलिफ शोबों के अंदर कामयाबी के साथ उनको डेवलप किया। वो हुकूमत की गवर्नमेंट की भी हैं, वो हेल्थ केयर की भी हैं, वो सिक्योरिटी की भी हैं, वो प्रोटेक्शन की भी हैं। हर शोबे के अंदर द सेंटर हैज अमेजिंग वर्क, जो कि आज टीम्स भी हो रही हैं। और इन तमाम सेंटर्स में जो केपीआईज बनाए गए, उन केपीआईज में एक केपीआई ये था कि हर सेंटर, तो लिहाजा आज कामयाबी के साथ ये सेंटर्स जो हैं ये एक ब्रीडिंग ग्राउंड बन चुके हैं फॉर न्यू आइडियाज एंड देयर कमर्शियलाइजेशन। दूसरा सेंटर बनाया गया साइबर सिक्योरिटी का, जो एयर यूनिवर्सिटी में प्लान गया, और उस साइबर सिक्योरिटी सेंटर के साथ भी मुख्तलिफ मुल्क की लैब्स को एसोसिएट किया गया। तीसरा नेशनल सेंटर फॉर ऑटोमेशन एंड रोबोटिक्स ईएमई कॉलेज के अंदर बना के उसके साथ भी मुख्तलिफ 8-10 इंजीनियरिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज की लैब्स को सेट किया गया। क्लाउड का सेंटर लम्स के अंदर कायम किया गया और उसके साथ भी पूरे मुल्क की इंजीनियरिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज को लिंक किया गया और आज वो भी नहायत कामयाबी के साथ मुख्तलिफ शोबों के अंदर बिग डेटा और क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग एंड इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स की एप्लीकेशंस को तैयार कर रहा है। प्यास के अंदर किया गया फॉर अप्लाइड मैथमेटिक्स, क्योंकि ये सारी जो रेवोल्यूशन है इसकी बुनियाद एल्गोरिथम्स के ऊपर है और लिहाजा एडवांस लर्निंग while you want in machines, you also want to have in applied mathematics, which is the basic foundation of the IT and digital revolution. So there was one applied mathematics center that was also set up. Then another national center was set up in space technology and another one in animal breeding, genetics and genomics, which is yet another area जो एक बड़ा ट्रांसनेशनल एरिया है। जो एक सेंटर हमने बजट किया लेकिन हुकूमत में तब्दीली की वजह फिर उसकी पैदाइश नहीं हो सकी और वो स्क्रैप हो गया। दैट वाज नेशनल सेंटर ऑन नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी। तो इस साल फिर वी आर गोइंग टू, दीज वर बेसिक, these centers were given 4-year grants और इन्होंने अपने 4 से मुकम्मल कर लिया है। And I must tell you कि देखिए हमारे मुल्क के अंदर हमने नैरेटिव इतना डिस्टॉर्ट कर लिया है कि आज हमें सिर्फ सत्यानाश और बेड़ा गर्क सिखाया जाता है। हमारे कुछ लोग हैं कि जो मुल्क के अंदर मायूसी के पैगंबर बने हुए हैं। पाकिस्तान is doing some of the amazing work. And I would love to see मैंने मेरी 30 साल की पब्लिक सर्विस में I have done some amazing things for my country including CPAC and what not, but I believe कि सिर्फ ये जो इन्होंने 4 साल में आगे ले गए इस शोबे के अंदर, शायद ये मेरे लिए मेरा बहुत बड़ा मेडल ऑफ माय पब्लिक सर्विस के आई हैव बीन एबल टू गिव दिस बैक टू माय कंट्री। आपको भी देखना चाहिए कि पाकिस्तान में क्या कुछ हो रहा है। और मैं आपसे ये अर्ज करना चाहता हूं कि दुनिया में कोई शख्स, दुनिया में कोई ग्रोह, दुनिया में कोई कौम तरक्की नहीं कर सकती जब तक वो पॉजिटिव इमेज के साथ ना बढ़े। अगर आपका सेल्फ एस्टीम ये होगा कि हम दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी चोर कौम है, हम दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी नालायक कौम है, हम दुनिया की हर बुराइयों को अपने अंदर लगाए हुए हैं, आपको शिकस्त देने के लिए किसी को गोली चलाने की जरूरत नहीं है। मैं जब 85-86 में पढ़ रहा था तो हमारे एक मैनेजमेंट के प्रोफेसर थे, उन्होंने कहा कि पावर जो है वो फिजिकल नहीं होती, पावर जो है वो नॉन फिजिकल होती है। एंड इट इज ऑल हियर कि अगर आप किसी के डिसीजन मेकिंग के पैरामीटर्स को रीराइट कर सकते हैं, तो पावर, आपको किसी को थप्पड़ मारने की जरूरत नहीं है, आपको किसी को गोली चलाने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर आप किसी को ये सिखा दें कि वो कौम गुलाम है, वो कौम नालायक है, वो कौम नाकारा है, बस दैट्स एंड ऑफ इट। आपको कोई उसके साथ जंग करने की जरूरत नहीं है। देखिए, पाकिस्तान के मसाइल हैं, और वो मसाइल इसलिए नहीं है कि हमारे अंदर कोई हम दुनिया से बड़े चोर हैं। हमारे अंदर ये मसाइल इसलिए नहीं है कि हम दुनिया से ज्यादा नालायक हैं। हमारे अंदर ये मसाइल इसलिए नहीं पैदा हुए कि हमारी कॉम्पिटेंसी किसी से कम है। हमारे मसाइल इसलिए हमने 75 साल में इस मुल्क में स्टेबिलिटी के साथ चीजों को चलने नहीं दिया। वी हैव बीन कॉजिंग डिसरप्शंस। It has nothing to do with our own promise and potential. We are extraordinary people. The nation is great. हमें अपने मसले का हल कहीं और तलाश करना है, और वो ये तलाश करना है कि हम इस मुल्क में स्टेबिलिटी कैसे यकीनी बना सकते हैं, हम इस मुल्क के अंदर कंटिन्यूटी ऑफ पॉलिसीज कैसे यकीनी बना सकते हैं। मैं आपको यकीन से और दावे से कह सकता हूं कि अगर 2018 में उस कंटिन्यूटी को ना तोड़ा जाता, आज CPAC would have brought a revolution in Pakistan. In 2017, if you in इस बात, तो हर इस्लामाबाद में आपको चाइनीज नजर आते थे, चूंकि प्रेसिडेंट शी ने टॉप 100 कंपनीज को कहा था कि ये गो एंड इन्वेस्ट इन पाकिस्तान। हर कंपनी ने यहाँ पे आकर दफ्तर खोल लिया था। I was hoping कि next 5 to 7 years we will see 30-50 billion Chinese private investment in Pakistan. What did मिर्चें दी कि वो मुल्क के जिसने आपके मुल्क में उस वक्त इन्वेस्टमेंट की कि जब पाकिस्तान में अपने लोग $1 लगाने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे। They brought in billions of dollars to open opportunities for you. थार का सोना जो है हमारे पास, कोयला पड़ा था, for 70 years we could not use it because we didn't have the financing, we didn't have the technology. Through CPAC, China provided us technology, it provided us financing, and today Thar coal, which has energy equivalent of Saudi Arabia and Iran's oil, is a productive asset for Pakistan, producing cheapest electricity, and for 400 years for Pakistan to Chinese and CPAC. But what did we do? We scandalized them. Corruption कर गए हैं, हमें महंगे कर्जे दे गए, का जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, we'll go somewhere कि जहाँ पे कोई हमारी इज्जत करे। तो ये वो चीजें हैं जिनसे हमें सबक सीखना है। We have to become an economic nation, and I think there are great opportunities, and हम भी इस वक्त we have a limited time, and we have inherited some, यानी कि देखिए बाहर बातें और होती हैं, आप समझदार लोग हैं, आपको समझना चाहिए कि हकीकत क्या है। In 2018, when I left Ministry of Planning and Development, the development budget was 1,000 billion rupees. After 4 years, when I came to Ministry development budget had 2 billion rupees. अगर आप सिर्फ इन्फ्लेशन को लेके चलते तो आज 1600-1800 अरब का डेवलपमेंट बजट होना चाहिए था। पाकिस्तान की तारीख में पहली दफा 1 अप्रैल को हमारी हुकूमत आने से 10-12 दिन पहले वज़ारत के आखिरी सहमाही के लिए वो डेवलपमेंट बजट की किस्त अदा नहीं करेंगे because they have no money. This did not happen even when we carried out nuclear explosions. दुनिया ने पाबंदियां लगा दी थी हम पे. We were facing international sanctions. उस वक्त भी मैं डिप्टी चेयरमैन प्लानिंग कमीशन था. I remember very well कि सारा साल हमने डेवलपमेंट बजट चलाया था, लेकिन ये सूरत हाल जिंदगी में कभी नहीं देखी थी। 240 अरब रुपए की सहमाई अप्रैल, मई और जून 3 महीनों की जो आखिरी किस्त थी डेवलपमेंट बजट की, वो वजारत खजाना जारी करने से इनकार कर दे, जी हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है। So this is where now we are, and we are trying to find a way out. और बड़े मुश्किल ये किसी हुकूमत की बात नहीं है कि आप इसके रोज बढ़ाए भी माने कि जो हुई है, हर हुकूमत लोगों को आसानी देना चाहती है, लेकिन जो क्रिएट हो चुका है और इनहेरिट किया हमने, अगर हम इसको एड्रेस नहीं करेंगे तो हम एक खाई के किनारे खड़े थे। और मैं अक्सर ये मिसाल देता हूं कि अगर आप गाड़ी में जा रहे हैं और आपको रोड साइड पे अपना कोई अजीज मजरूब हालत में मिले, खून में लथपथ, तो आपके पास ये सोचने का वक्त नहीं है कि इसको मैंने उठाया तो मेरे कपड़े सारे खून में गंदे हो जाएंगे, मैंने तो नया बोस्की का जोड़ा काली सिलवाया है, मैं इसको क्यों उठाऊं। यू वॉन्ट टू सेव हिज लाइफ इवन एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ दैट नया जोड़ा। और गाड़ी की पोशिश या गाड़ी के मैट या गाड़ी का इंटीरियर भी गंदा होता है, वो भी आप उसको गाड़ी में डाल के हॉस्पिटल लेके जाएंगे। सो वी आर इन दैट काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन कि वी हैव टू स्टेबलाइज Pakistan's economy. We have to be very safe of any default like situation because that has its own cost. And inshallah, we are almost inching out of the crisis, and slowly and gradually, I think every passing day, we are getting closer to that point of stability कि जहां पर हम vulnerability अपनी खत्म कर देंगे। But उससे आगे, then we have to, in next 2 to 3 years, do some steps for stabilization of Pakistan's economy on more permanent basis. और उसमें सबसे important चीज क्या है कि we have to become an export economy. In last 75 years, we have not focused on exports at all. आज वो मुल्क बहुत पीछे थे एक्सपोर्ट्स में, मैनी फोल्ड आगे निकल गए हैं। नतीजा ये होता है कि जब भी हम थोड़ी सी ग्रोथ की तरफ जाते हैं, उससे आपकी डिमांड इंपोर्ट्स की पैदा होती है। यू हैव प्रोपेंसिटी टू कंज्यूम डॉलर्स बट यू डोंट इंक्रीज योर कैपेसिटी टू अर्न डॉलर्स। सो देयर इज अ बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट क्राइसिस, देन यू अप्लाई इमरजेंसी ब्रेक्स एंड यू अगेन क्रैश डाउन। सो द ओनली वे टू गेट आउट ऑफ इज exports and more exports. Now IT is one area which has great promise for Pakistan with our young population, with our English skills, with IT foundations जो हमारे पास infrastructure है। पाकिस्तान has a great opportunity कि हम leapfrog कर सकते हैं इस field के अंदर, and Pakistan can become an information house or an information power in next 5 to 10 years. And that is where I say private sector has to lead the way. इंडिया में किसी ने एक दफा पूछा IT सेक्टर वालों से कि आपने इतनी फिनोमिनल ग्रोथ कैसे की है, तो IT सेक्टर के नुमाइंदे ने कहा कि हमने IT तेजी के साथ ग्रो किया कि बाय द टाइम हुकूमत को समझ आई कि IT क्या होती है, हम बहुत आगे निकल चुके थे, वरना हुकूमत हमें रेगुलेट करके शायद उधर ही खत्म कर देती थी। तो लिहाजा हुकूमतें जो हैं वो इनोवेशन का मरकज नहीं होती, इनोवेशन का मरकज प्राइवेट सेक्टर होता है, यूनिवर्सिटीज होती हैं। और हमने बहुत लिबरली यूनिवर्सिटीज को पिछले दौर में फंड भी किया था, इसलिए कि आज हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज के पास वो क्रिटिकल मास मौजूद है, they can become. And the other important thing that we are trying to now do is create a strong academia industry link. क्योंकि जो knowledge economy है उसमें unless you are grounded in solid research and development and product development, rather it's not R&D, it has to be research and product development. तो अगर आप आपकी competitiveness नहीं होगी। तो I hope कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के प्रोफेशनल्स जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है, आप लोग जो मुल्क के इस वक्त वसाइल हैं उनके साथ मिलकर, जैसे नेशनल सेंटर फॉर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है, इसके साथ इसको भी इन तमाम सेंटर्स, इसी तरह जो हमारी तमाम इंजीनियरिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं उन इनोवेशन सेंटर्स भी हैं, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के डिपार्टमेंट्स और सेंटर्स भी बन चुके हैं। तो एक स्ट्रॉन्ग एकेडेमिया इंडस्ट्री पार्टनरशिप इज मस्ट फॉर फ्यूचर ऑफ आवर इकोनॉमी, और उसके लिए आप मिलकर काम करें। एंड लास्टली, प्राइवेट सेक्टर इज द इंजन ऑफ ग्रोथ। प्राइवेट सेक्टर हैज टू लीड द वे, एंड आवर जॉब इन गवर्नमेंट इज ओनली to provide you necessary support. There was a time when government used to fly the aeroplane of economy. Now governments have run out of resources. So investment has to come from private sector. Private sector has to sit in the cockpit of the economy. गवर्नमेंट की जॉब है कि वो ग्राउंड सर्विस हैंडलिंग करे, वो जहाज को साफ कर दे, जहाज की केटरिंग कर दे, उसमें पेट्रोल भर दे, लेकिन उसको प्राइवेट नहीं करना है। वो कि हमारा प्राइवेट सेक्टर पाकिस्तान को अब एक एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट में लेकर जाएगा। हमारी कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर को भी इस देखना पड़ेगा। पाकिस्तान की जितनी बड़ी बड़ी कॉर्पोरेशन हैं वो सब डोमेस्टिक मार्केट से बिलियंस ऑफ रुपीस अपनी बैलेंस शीट पे लेके बड़े ढोल बजाती हैं। नो, पाकिस्तान के लिए वही कंपनी हीरो होगी, पाकिस्तान के लिए वो वीआईपी होगी जो पाकिस्तान के लिए डॉलर्स कमा के लाएगी। तो इसलिए ये वो एरिया है कि जिसमें देयर इज ट्रेमेंडस अपॉर्चुनिटी सारी दुनिया के लिए। इट्स अ फ्लैट अपॉर्चुनिटी, सो एनीवन हु एंटर्स कैन टेक artificial intelligence will inshallah take Pakistan forward in this field। और दुनिया में हमारी जो AI की और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज की महारत है उसके जरिए वो पाकिस्तान के लिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटीज लेकर आएंगे। और I can assure you from government side कि we will make all the investments that are needed to give you a competitive infrastructure and competitive knowledge foundations। Pakistan Zindabad।
Now, I would like to request Honorable Chief Guests to come on stage for quick memento distribution ceremony. In addition, I request Mr. Faisal Rahim, CEO of Total Communication, to also join them on stage. Title sponsor, UBL Bank, Abdul Rahan. Aruj Minhas. Very proximate. Mr. Adnan Zaidi. Mr. Adnan Zaidi, Kaggle. DWP Group. Last, you might. And now I would like to request Minister Dr. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay.
इनको अपना माइंड
इसको रखिए, हमने पीछे जिसका अरेंज कर दिया। चार क्लोज रखिए ना। Awaited an essential topic, yet it's the first ever panel discussion on this sensitive topic, AI in future warfare. I will be moderating this session, and I would like to invite worthy panelists for this session. I would like to request Dr. Shoaib Ahmed, Rector Case, to please come on the stage, please. Yes, we have. Yes, you can sit. Now, I would like to request Dr. Anit Raza, who is heading Artificial Intelligence Department in UT Texas. Please come on stage. Now, I would like to invite Air Commodore Salman to come on stage. I would like to call Dr. Yasser, National Center of Artificial Intelligence. Okay, so far we have seen that AI has the capability to solve everyday problem. But what if we face the vulnerabilities of future warfare? So I would like to ask first question from Dr. Shoaib. How do you foresee the AI landscape for future warfare?
Okay, first, I would just like to give a preamble that
Right.
These panel discussions are to primarily do some soul searching. If we believe that everything is so great in Pakistan, like our universities are doing great, our national centers are doing great, our industry is doing great, different. Okay. So perhaps we got to really do a lot. We need to improve ourselves. We need to find out what has gone wrong with everything we do in Pakistan. Whereas we see like countries like India and Bangladesh, even Sri Lanka and Bhutan, they are doing much better than us in these. So this like we can just praise everything and we can just talk about AI and go home. But I think primarily these type of panels where like we have spent most of our life in academia and to develop technology and trying to improve upon things, I think we must do some soul searching and we must be honest to ourselves. And only then we can improve. And if we think that everything is great, then there is no room for improvement. So talking about AI in warfare, which is a very important topic. So once you think about warfare, you got to think that warfare is kind of a layered architecture. First, the first layer is actual weapons, like small arm to artillery guns, to tanks, to gunship helicopters, to fighter aircrafts to low MAD system to high MAD system to cruise missiles to strategic weapons. And then the other side of this layer, which is kind of a physical layer, is sensing technology. Like we have radars, ground surveillance radars, air surveillance radars. We have electronic surveillance. So and that's what we in military technology we call this sensor to shooter grid. So there has to be sensors. They sense the threat, and then the shooter has to shoot. So this is the physical layer. If you go above a layer where there is a man in the loop, which has to take a decision, and based on the threat, whether you are going to fire a small arm, or you have to fire a cruise missile, or you have to, fire another weapon. So that is the decision. So the second layer is the decision-making layer, where somebody has to decide about. And other upper layer is a threat perception layer, that you got to perceive the threat, that how big a threat is. So threat perception is also very important. And then based on the threat, there is some static threat that it is just there. So based on the static threats, you got to lay down your defense organizations, your air bases, your static military operations are based on your external this threat, which is kind of static. Then there is a dynamic threat, which is based on geopolitical situation of terrorism in the country. So you got to have some mobility as well. So these are the mobile units that you place. And then there are like the support mechanism in warfare, where you got to provide ammunition, patrol to these organizations. So there's logistics, there's supply chain management, and then there's MROs. You got to maintain your equipment, you got to do overhaul, repair. So once you're thinking about AI, from my perspective, AI actually is rethinking, that you've got to rethink about everything that you can do. And the physical layer to the decision aiding layer to the threat perception layer to the support layer. So it's kind of a vertical. And so there has to be, from my perspective, a strategy, a national strategy on the defense, that what AI can do for us, and second and third. So it is very important to have a national strategy, Air Force, Army, Navy, and then they are laying out that this is how AI could actually impact and become a force multiplier. So it's something which is called force multiplier, which can give us asymmetricity in war fighting, that though we are not two equal forces and we are less in numbers, but AI can really help us to match with our threat.
Okay. Now I would like to ask from Dr. On, what are the challenges and opportunities of AI in future warfare?
Okay, so in the context of warfare, first of all, I would like to describe what are our strengths and weaknesses. So, for instance, if we see our institutions and our universities, we are very good in developing the solutions. We know how to enhance them, extend them, fine, perfect. Okay, but there are some weaknesses. For instance, are we doing it on the scale or not? Okay. So what about the non-conventional wars? Okay, when we say about the wars, we think that only the wars are like the military wars. However, there are trade wars, there are technology wars, there are geopolitical influence war, there are capital wars. Okay, so all of these things are over which we should emphasize. So my point is that, for instance, if you want to prepare yourself as a nation for all these wars, so the primary requirement is of the capital. Okay, you need dollars. So question is this: from where can you get these dollars? So what I believe is that basically this should be the primary focus of us, because we cannot afford to do it cheap. Okay, means if we will develop the solutions using less efficient hardware, we cannot think that we will get the same we like suppose that it's a reality. So now how to tackle it? So for that, basically, we still need human beings who are prepared, well prepared, and we need a lot of time actually. So one of them, their job will be to counter the attack, and then there is also a requirement that they can large scale. So this is something over which I will emphasize that these are the areas over which we can focus more.
Now, I would like to ask from Dr. Salman that what are the implication of Russia-Ukraine war? What are the lessons we have learned from that war, and what type of AI technology that is used in that war? Please, sir.
जी, अगर तो मिलिट्री परस्पेक्टिव से देखें तो प्रॉब्ली जो चीज सबसे ज्यादा just come across वो ये है कि there's always been this debate in history कि is defense stronger or is defense stronger. तो जो क्लाउसविट्ज था जो बहुत बड़ा एक थिंकर था, प्रशियन थिंकर था 19th century का 1800s में, उसका वो हमेशा कहता था defense is stronger than the offense, and this has probably come out really यहाँ पे यूक्रेन में कि well organized defenses and the really good entrenched well organized defenses generally very good. जहाँ तक AI का ताल्लुक है उसमें अगर हम इसको AI की बात करें तो जो सोशल मीडिया का इस्तेमाल अभी नो कि यूक्रेन did a very good job, एक उन्होंने मीडिया को जो किया, but on top of that they were using phones and so on. The usage of AI particularly अगर कहा जाए तो I don't think we've seen much evidence of how well they've used AI. They certainly used technology very well. So in terms of Ukraine war तो चले but I think जो मैं actually बात करना चाह रहा था पाकिस्तान के perspective so it's probably closer to home, it's probably more interesting to us. वो ये है कि आज से चंद साल पहले हमारी Air Force में at least मैं बात कर सकता हूँ, I can't speak for the other services, but इस तरह की interaction पहले possible नहीं होती थी. Now we have this interaction going on and we're out here, we're talking to people. और उसकी जो सबसे बड़ी मैनिफेस्टेशन है वो ये है कि हम HR में बहुत ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टेड हैं, we're still hiring, we hire people, and a lot of the technologies जो कि हम यूज़ करते हैं वो बाहर इस्तेमाल हो रहे हैं, जो बाहर यूज़ करते हैं वो हमारे पास इस्तेमाल होती है. So certainly the Russian-Ukraine war is very important, not at least not for us as much from an AI perspective, but on a local level, we're really interested in the local HR and उसको hire करने में और उनको जो उनके भी काम आएंगे और हमारे भी काम आएंगे.
I would like to ask from Dr. Yasir Ayaz. Sir, you know that we are using the open source libraries like TensorFlow, Theano, PyTorch. What if these become restricted during the war times? So what will be the implication and how to come up with solution to solve this kind of problem?
Okay, so for this, the first thing we need to understand is that, like in the era of hybrid warfare, wartime is all the time, right? For example, right now, the time we have right now is also wartime, because like when you look at hybrid warfare, the first attack comes through the media, through the social media. It comes through, like molding people's thinkings and minds and thinking patterns, as the chief guest also was saying a short while ago, कि आप किसी की thinking capability कोई challenge कर दें तो उसके बाद decision making जो है, it takes a whole different perspective. Then comes the cyber attack, which we do see, and like we know the vulnerabilities, which organization is which strong. There are, there's a whole national center and several organizations working in that. And then finally comes the actual warfare, which is the, like direct military combat, right? And even in that, of course, we know कि अब तो F-16s भी हमारे ये 22 hours का जो भी US ने किया है कि F-16 autonomously fly कर रहा है और technology is over the edge. So पहली बात ये है कि war time is all the time, right? And like यकीनन हमारे पास बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी चल रही है जो कि मीडिया को भी देख रही है. यकीनन हमारे पास बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी चल रही है जो कि फॉर एग्जांपल सेफ सिटीज को देख रही है. हमारे नेशनल सेंटर्स के बनाए हुए कई सॉफ्टवेयर हैं, जिस तरह अभी हमारा वरदान में भी लाइव हो गया सिस्टम जो एआई के जरिए फेस रिकग्निशन, व्हीकल रिकग्निशन सब चीजें कर रहा है. इससे पहले लाहौर में था. देयर हैव बीन केसेस जब हमने एक्चुअल मिस्क्रिएंट्स पकड़े हैं फ्रॉम द फील्ड, राइट? तो लेकिन अगेन ये जो डिपेंडेंस है ऑन द लाइब्रेरीज, इसमें भी हम दुनिया में अकेले नहीं है. दिस इज द केस विद ऑलमोस्ट एवरीबॉडी. आई रिमेंबर कि अपना एक प्रोडक्ट लेके आई वाज वंस इन बार्सिलोना, मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस पे प्रेजेंट कर रहे थे. तो सडनली हमारे प्रोडक्ट ने कुछ ग्लिच लिया और वी वर वरीड कि भाई ये क्या हो रहा है, राइट? एंड व्हेन वी लुक्ड अराउंड वी फाउंड दैट ऑलमोस्ट एवरीबॉडी हैड अ ग्लिच, right? Everybody had some issue, and it turned out that at the back it was like the AWS cloud, they had some glitch, they had some issue, and since so many people were using AWS, this is why everybody, and it goes beyond the libraries. because आपका cloud services भी बाहर किए हैं for most, especially for the developing countries, because you can't afford कि आप local clouds maintain करें, खरीदें, maintain करें, हर yearly उसको upgrade करें, right? तो इसमें like जरूरत इस चीज की है, the way we have seen China also progress is that we have to create opportunities for foreigners also to come, foreign companies also to come here and host, for example, their services from Pakistan, to deploy their systems in Pakistan, ताकि वो locally भी हो. For that, a good like economic, like you could say, a whole situation, around that has to be constructed. And the second thing is, people will develop what you fund them to develop. If you want to develop local open source libraries, if there are funding agencies who are interested in, funding that, people will develop it. तो National Center में हमने पिछले तकरीबन ये 3-3.5 साल में more than 800 million rupees के projects करके industry के लिए directly लोगों को दिए हैं. And वैसे कुछ examples मैंने आपको दी हैं, जो कि ये जो जिस तरह हमने Safe City के projects किए, और ये पूरे शहर के level पे systems हैं जो कि live चल रहे हैं, उन पे actual success cases हैं. How many examples of this can we quote from academia? Not just from Pakistan, but from the world, for instance, कि जो उन्होंने develop किया और deploy किया और वो कहीं चल रहा है, right? So how many of these can we quote? तो इसमें यह है कि if we are given this kind of mandate, for example, if somebody funds this kind of technology that we could develop such open source libraries, let's say for Pakistan, we could definitely develop it. और हम इसको दुनिया में at par with a lot of other technologies को ले जा सकते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए हमें we need to put the money behind it, right? So if the fuel is there, then the car will run.
So it's mean skill set is not the issue. We can have the capability to develop it, to develop such open source library for our own self.
Skill set in some way, skill set also is an issue, because like अभी भी आप देखें तो so many organizations keep asking us for new AI developers, because they know our capability, they know what we produce. We introduced at NUST, we introduced the machine intelligence program, the robotics and machine intelligence program, as early as 2010. That's where we were foreseeing कि AI का revolution आएगा, right? So we had a whole degree program dedicated to that. It's been I think 14-15 years now, like कि हमारा इस पे initiative चल रहा है, 13 years specifically program को run करते हुए. तो अब जो इस वक्त जरूरत में पड़ रही है वो ये कि इतनी rapid requirement है skill set की कि हमें certifications के programs पर जाना पड़ रहा है, and just masters or PhD programs are not enough to fulfill the need that Pakistan has. So हमारे पास 4 months की, 1 month की certifications है, depending upon what level of technological learning you require. And I'll be happy to share with you कि जो confidence build करेगा हमारी community का, कि अब हम जो trainings हैं वो पाकिस्तान के अलावा बाहर के मुल्कों को भी दे रहे हैं. So for many countries in the Middle East, from very well, like developed countries in the Middle East, जो कि अमेरिका से भी training ले सकते हैं, they can easily buy stuff from there, वो training के लिए हमें approach करते हैं, right? तो skill set का ये है कि we have the capable people who can multiply the skill. We can produce a lot of new people. That's what the universities are for. And now in the new era, where we have the National Science and Technology Park, for example, where we have the incubation centers, where we have the national centers set in the university, तो अब हमारे पास वो capability है कि we can actually develop a lot of technology as well. तो अगर इसमें कुछ fund किया जाए, for example, for developing this kind of libraries, तो मैं इसको 100% certainty से कह सकता हूँ कि हम बिल्कुल उसको live कर सकते हैं. The way we have, like brought, कितने लोग कह सकते थे कि Safe City पूरा पाकिस्तान में AI की technology, this is technology we would have sought from other countries, but now we have it developed locally, right? So if the fuel is there, the car will run faster.
Okay, now I would like to ask from Dr. Shoaib that what is the current adoption of AI in warfare? What is the ecosystem existing right now in defense sector? Please, sir.
जी, आई थिंक ये एक अहम क्वेश्चन है कि इकोसिस्टम है क्या हमारे यहाँ एआई का, और perhaps understanding the ecosystem is very important, that only then you can make it successful. अभी तक जो पाकिस्तान चल रहा है ना, वो सप्लाई साइड पे चल रहा है, सप्लाई ड्रिवन है, यानी कि हम आंखें बंद करके यूनिवर्सिटियों की डिग्रियां शुरू कर देते हैं, हम R&D के प्रोजेक्ट्स देना शुरू कर देते हैं हम, ठीक है. और जब आप देखते हैं तो वो उस इकोसिस्टम की कमी नजर आती है, उसमें कोई नेशनल स्ट्रैटेजी नहीं नजर आती, क्योंकि हमारे पास एक रिसोर्स स्केर्स कंट्री है, हमारे पास इतना पैसा नहीं है कि हम ना वैसी रिसर्च के लिए देते रहे लोगों को. वी गॉट टू हैव वेरी टारगेटेड स्पेंडिंग. तो मतलब मैं जब ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर टास्क फोर्स में था, हमने 3 नेशनल सेंटर्स ऑफ एआई का एक प्रपोजल लिखा था, पूरी एआई की स्ट्रैटेजी बनाई थी, और उसमें जो सबसे अहम पर्सपेक्टिव था वो था कि डिमांड ड्रिवन होनी चाहिए चीजें। गवर्नमेंट हैज टू क्रिएट अ डिमांड, पहले एक नेशनल स्ट्रैटेजी हो। जिस तरह से अभी इंडिया की मिसाल लें तो इंडिया कहता था कि जी हम जो हैं वो सॉफ्टवेयर एक्सपोर्ट, इंडिया मेक इन इंडिया, कहते मेक AI इन इंडिया कर दिया उन्होंने उसे, ठीक है। दे हैव जस्ट चेंज देयर स्लोगन। और जो इंटरनल उन्होंने मार्केट अपनी गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू और प्रोजेक्ट्स के थ्रू जनरेट की है वो भी एक बहुत बड़ी मार्केट है। तो हमें पहला जो स्टेप है मेरे पर्सपेक्टिव से, हमें टाइम लगाना चाहिए ये देखने के लिए कि AI, चाहे वो डिफेंस का सेक्टर है, चाहे हमारी इंडस्ट्री है, हमारी गवर्नमेंट है, हमारे कोर्ट्स हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, हाई कोर्ट, तो हम ये देखें कि AI कहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट कर सकती है। डिमांड को जनरेट करें, उस डिमांड से हम उसके प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाएं। और जो प्रोजेक्ट्स बन जाते हैं हम कहते हैं कि अच्छा ये काम है जो हमने करने हैं AI से, एंड दीज आर द प्रोजेक्ट्स एंड दीज प्रोजेक्ट्स विल बी फंडेड। ये इनिशिएटिव्स फंड होंगे, इंडस्ट्री के लिए हम ये करना चाहते हैं, इसके लिए करना चाहते हैं। उसके बाद जो है हम उनको इकोसिस्टम में लाके उनको फंड करें। सो वी फंड द यूनिवर्सिटीज, बट वी फंड दी स्टार्टअप्स, क्योंकि यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए चीजों को बेचना बड़ा मुश्किल है। यूनिवर्सिटी का प्रोफेसर जो है वो वहां पे रुक जाता है जहाँ पे उसकी कुछ पब्लिकेशंस हो जाएं। एक चीज को फील्ड में लेके जाना, उसको चलाना जो है ना, वो मसलन जब एक चीज आप लैब में चला लेते हैं इट इज ओनली 20%, 80% जो काम है वो उसको फील्ड में लेके जाके चलाना है, और फिर उसको बेचना उससे ज्यादा मुश्किल है। मेकिंग समबडी टू पे फॉर व्हाट यू हैव डेवलप्ड इज वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट। तो दूसरा स्टेप ये है कि हम बहुत ज्यादा जो एस्टैब्लिश IT की कंपनीज हैं, क्योंकि अभी तक IT का जितना हमारा बड़ा सेक्टर है वो सारा बाहर का काम कर रहा है मोस्टली। मुल्क में हम कोई IT की चीजें जनरेट ही नहीं कर रहे हैं, करते भी हैं तो हमने पब्लिक सेक्टर में ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस बनाई हुई हैं, ठीक है। दैट इज द सेकंड मिस्टेक दैट वी आर डूइंग, कि वो सारे जो बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं वो फिर गवर्नमेंट करना शुरू कर देती है। अब गवर्नमेंट में जो बंदा काम कर रहा है उसके लिए कोई मोटिवेशन नहीं है, ठीक है, उसको तो सैलरी आ जानी है। असल जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है जहां पे ब्रेड एंड बटर उसने पता है कि ही हैज टू अर्न, टू स्पेंड, टू पे, तो वो जो जान लगाते हैं वो, और उससे क्या होता है कि क्योंकि प्राइवेट सेक्टर आपका उस तरह से ग्रो नहीं हो रहा, सारी जो यहाँ पे हमारे IT 80-90% is just getting work from outside, and getting work from outside is also very expensive. But then you don't have any experience in doing projects in Pakistan, तो वो काम वो मिलता है जो वो स्पिल ओवर हो रहा होता है ना। यू डोंट गेट चैलेंजिंग वर्क मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम। आपको काम मिलेगा, अच्छा यार ये हम नहीं करते, ये बाहर ले देते हैं, चलें जी ये बैक एंड डिजाइन है, फ्रंट एंड डिजाइन है, वेबसाइट्स की डिजाइन है। AI तो कोई भी नहीं कर रहा पाकिस्तान में, हार्डली देयर आर वेरी फ्यू कंपनीज जिन्हें हम कहेंगे वो AI कर रहे हैं। वो इसलिए नहीं कर रहे कि पहले मुल्क में तो AI करें, मुल्क में हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स बने, हम एक डिमांड से उसको एक डिमांड ड्रिवन करें, और फिर नीचे से उसके लिए ह्यूमन रिसोर्स हम जनरेट करें, सो दैट वी ब्रिज दिस गैप के। और फिर जब आपने अपने मुल्क के लिए एक प्रोडक्ट बना लिया, इंडिया का पिछले साल 40 यूनिकॉर्न्स बनी थी 2021 में, $1 बिलियन कंपनी वैल्यूएशन। अगर आप देखेंगे वो ज्यादा AI ड्रिवन, वो ज्यादा जो थे वो डेटा एनालिटिक्स ड्रिवन कंपनीज थी, ठीक है। और वहां से जब वो बन गई तो अब वो वहां पे इतनी फंडिंग आ रही है कि उनके जो हंड्रेड्स ऑफ AI कंपनीज वहां पे हैं, और सिलिकॉन वैली से फंडिंग आ रही है, AI की सारी फंडिंग सिलिकॉन वैली से आ रही है। सो आई थिंक हमें अपना किबला दुरुस्त करने की जरूरत है एज ए नेशन। If we don't do this, we'll just keep wasting money. Honestly, I have seen so many projects, so many. तो मुझे तो ये लगता है कि हम as a nation जो है we are doing something which is very wrong. And हमें अपने अगर चीजों को सीधा नहीं करेंगे तो ये जो फंडिंग है तो और कम होती जा रही है आहिस्ता ना, और फिर ये होगा कि वो खत्म हो जाएगी, फिर we will not get an opportunity. You got to ignite something कि उसका बेनिफिट उठाया जाए, और जो इग्नाइट करना है उसके लिए वो रिसोर्सेज कम होते जा रहे हैं। तो दिस इज परहैप्स द बेस्ट टाइम कि हमें सोल सर्चिंग करके एक नेशनल स्ट्रेटेजी बना के उसके ऊपर चलना चाहिए और उसके इकोसिस्टम को समझना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to ask from Sir Salman, Air Commodore Salman, how you see the readiness of Pakistan to adapt AI in future warfare in terms of infrastructure, skill set, and human resource.
देखिए AI के लिए जो फायदे की चीज है जो हमने एटलीस्ट अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस में देखी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जनरली उतना ज्यादा आपको नहीं चाहिए। दिस इज नॉट ट्राइंग टू डू नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉट ट्राइंग टू डू मटेरियल साइंस, So it's basically computers, good computers, computational complexity. But at the end of the day, they're just very good computers. और अगर आपको थोड़ा सा है knowledge, तो you can take a lot of off-the-shelf hardware, उसको आप जोड़ के और अगर आप तो you can build pretty good systems. हमने भी किया हुआ है और लोग भी करते हैं. मैंने I've seen computational biologists do it at LUMS. तो जो infrastructure वो generally इतना problem नहीं है, and you know it's generally not a problem. जहाँ तक tools का ताल्लुक है, आपने PyTorch, TensorFlow का तस्करा किया, तो उसमें हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज में बच्चे जो है ना एटलीस्ट उनको तरीका आता होता है यूज करने को. Of course, now I haven't seen a lot of kids who just go deep down inside. जिस तरह आपने पहले सवाल किया कि what happens if access stops? So it would be a challenge, but again, like Dr. Yasser said, if enough effort is put in, enough money, it can be done. The HR, that of course is the fundamental thing. हम जब AI जब हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं, we have only one mantra. AI, it's HR, HR and HR. Knowledge, books, online courses, वो सब available है. और आप में जरा सा शौक हो, तरीका हो, तो you can learn. I mean, it's very doable. AI in general is not that hard. अगर बशर्ते कि आप अपना ज़हन उस पे लगाएं. HR का जो issue है वो ये है कि you just don't find enough kids who are willing to put in that effort to understand it well. दूसरा ये है कि आजकल क्योंकि इतने टूल्स आ गए, मॉडल्स हैं, तो आप मॉडल ले उठाएं और उसको इस्तेमाल कर लें और आप उसको अडेप्ट कर लें, मिलिट्री के लिए कर लें, सिविल के लिए कर लें, वो सब ठीक है. एंड थिंग्स आर ग्रेट व्हेन दे वर्क, बट अक्सर होता है कि दे डोंट वर्क. और फिर जनरली हमने देखा है कि लोगों का जरा नॉलेज लेवल इतना, जनरली पाकिस्तान में हमें भी इतने बच्चे नहीं मिलते who can go deep down inside और देखें कि क्यों नहीं चल रहा. And then to be able to go deep inside, generally बस code उठाओ, इधर से उठाओ, चला दो. So infrastructure I don't see as a problem. I don't see knowledge as a problem, at least the availability of knowledge, but I do see that we don't have enough HR to get stuff done.
So, sir, are we ready to adapt AI? The existing administrators sitting on the top position, are they willing to use AI in intelligence gathering or situational awareness?
देखिए, last October में I gave a talk at the Bahrain Air Show. वहाँ पे जो यहाँ के USAF के कमांडर AFCENT के एयरफोर्स सेंट्रल कहते हैं, वो आए हुए थे. उन्होंने कहा कि यार हमें खुद बड़ी डिफिकल्टी है, 2 स्टार और इज ए फाइटर पायलट, तो कहते हैं हमें अपने कमांडर्स को समझाने के लिए बहुत डिफिकल्टी होती है कि जी AI क्या है, कब इस्तेमाल होनी है, क्यों इस्तेमाल होनी है. तो आई वाज रियली सरप्राइज्ड. आई वाज लाइक ओके, आई मीन यूसैफ में यू वुडंट एक्सपेक्ट दैट. तो ऑफ कोर्स कमांडर्स को एक्सप्लेन करना इज नॉट इजी, और बट दैट्स ट्रू फॉर एनी टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट. जो बंदा जो सेठ है उसको भी समझाना उतना ही मुश्किल है जितना हमारे कमांडर्स. सो देयर इज रियली नो डिफरेंस इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट. वो भी हमारे कमांडर्स हैं, they're very careful where they put their money. They want to get their money's worth. जहाँ तक intelligence gathering है, that's probably the simplest, at least in terms of समझाना किसी को. जहाँ पर computer vision आ जाती है, natural language processing आती है, at least these are problems that are tailor made for AI. और बहुत सी air forces around the world, start किए problems जहाँ की data sets कदरे easy to understand है. जो real problem हमें अभी आ रही है वो है decision support systems के अंदर. Decision support and autonomy, those are 2 fundamental areas which at least at a personal level I find extremely challenging. Or most air forces are actually struggling to put AI into decision support systems, into autonomous systems. The autonomous systems sort of USAF here pretty much.
Thank you. Now I would like to ask from Dr. On, deepfake, adversarial AI, social media bots, fake news are maturing technology with day by day. How to prepare Pakistan for this disruptive technology?
अच्छा, इसमें एक जो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट एक चीज है वो ये है कि why we accept something. The reason is that what I believe is कि जहाँ हम लैब कर रहे हैं यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर या अपने एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के अंदर, ये है कि हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को ये नहीं सिखा सके कि हाउ टू थिंक, लाइक सोचा किस तरह से जाता है, ये क्रिटिकली किस तरह से सोचा जाता है. हमारे सामने जब एक चीज आ रही है, एज वी आर नॉट बेसिकली लाइक ट्रेंड how to like analyze something, and then based on our analysis हमें ये भी पता होगा कि क्या ये वाली चीज लॉजिकली पॉसिबल भी है या नहीं है. हम जिस चीजों को एक्सेप्ट कर लेते हैं उससे आगे ट्रांसमिट कर देते हैं. तो ये किस तरह की चीज है मेरे ख्याल में कि जो सबसे बड़ा एक इशू है. सो अगर हम ये फेक न्यूज की बात कर रहे हैं या ऐसी इंफॉर्मेशन जो सोसाइटी के अंदर एग्जिस्ट कर रही है या फैलती जा रही है जो लॉजिकली पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, उसमें सबसे पहले तो हमें अपने लोगों को एजुकेट करने की जरूरत है मेरे ख्याल में, कि वो उन्हें पता हो कि क्रिटिकली कैसे सोचा जाता है, और इंफॉर्मेशन जब उनके पास आ रही है तो उसे कैसे एक्सेप्ट किया जाएगा। अच्छा, सेकंड इसमें जो एक चीज है, व्हाट आई बिलीव इज दैट यू हैव टू स्ट्रॉन्ग योर रेगुलेशंस। ओके, सो मेरे ख्याल में दो तरह के लोग हैं, एक वो हैं जो कि इंफॉर्मेशन को ओरिजिनेट कर रहे हैं, और एक वो हैं जो इंफॉर्मेशन को डिसेमिनेट कर रहे हैं। तो जो ओरिजिनेटर हैं इंफॉर्मेशन के, उन्हें तो आपको बहुत सख्ती से डील करने की जरूरत है कि व्हाई दे आर स्प्रेडिंग लाइज एंड द थिंग्स दैट डू नॉट एग्जिस्ट इन रियलिटी। तो उन्हें जो है थ्रू रेगुलेशन हमें कवर करने की जरूरत है, यानी हमें अपने रेगुलेशंस को स्ट्रॉन्ग करना होगा। और इसके अलावा बेसिकली जो हमारे पास इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, लाइक कैमरा हो गया या ऐसे, उनका भी काम है कि वो एक्टिवली जो इंफॉर्मेशन, या पीटीए है हमारा इंस्टीट्यूशन, वो रेगुलरली इंफॉर्मेशन को जो है मॉनिटर करें, और अगर उन्हें ये फील होता है कि ये इंफॉर्मेशन सही नहीं है तो फौरन से लोगों को इन्फॉर्म किया जाए कि ये फेक इंफॉर्मेशन है जो कि सर्कुलेट कर रही है। अच्छा, और फिर हम एडवर्सरियल एआई की बात करते हैं, सो इट मींस इफ वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट, तो हमें हर हाल में सोचना होगा कि व्हाट आर द सिनेरियोज इन व्हिच आवर प्रोडक्ट विल बी फेल्ड। ठीक है, तो हमें किसी भी प्रोडक्ट को उस टाइम तक सर्टिफाई नहीं करना चाहिए कि जब तक वो बेसिकली उन चैलेंजिंग सिनेरियोज के अंदर अपनी परफॉर्मेंस को ना शो कर सके। सो दिस इज समथिंग ओवर व्हिच आई बिलीव वी शुड फोकस मोर।
Okay, now I would like to ask from Dr. Yasir Ayaz. Sir, how to use ethics, privacy in using AI, and where is the role of explainable AI? Please.
Right. So regarding the ethics of artificial intelligence, आपको वैसे भी आपके नॉलेज में होगा कि in November 2021 यूनेस्को ने एक अडॉप्ट किया है स्टैंडर्ड सेटिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट which is a guideline for the countries in terms of how, for example, they should like do legislation around AI. तो उसमें दोनों एस्पेक्ट्स हैं कि फॉर एग्जांपल डेटा प्राइवेसी फॉर एग्जांपल कैसे आपने करनी है, आजकल का बड़ा इशू है। फॉर एग्जांपल हमारी ट्रैफिक के बारे में हमें शायद कम पता होगा, लेकिन गूगल को बेहतर पता होगा, बिकॉज दे हैव लाइक देयर डिवाइसेस एवरीवेयर, उनके पास ट्रैफिक के पैटर्न हमसे ज्यादा मौजूद हैं। तो सिमिलरली अब डेटा दुनिया का सारा, क्योंकि क्लाउड्स दुनिया में किसी एक जगह पे हैं तो वहां कॉन्सेंट्रेट कर रहे हैं। तो इसमें एक बड़ा सवाल जब यूनेस्को के साथ, बिकॉज आई वाज आल्सो इन्वॉल्वड इन सम ऑफ द सेशंस विद यूनेस्को, उन्होंने 3 लेवल्स ऑफ इसमें जो डिस्कशन ऑर्गेनाइज किए थे, जिनमें वी हैड द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू कंट्रीब्यूट फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान साइड एज वेल। तो इसमें ये कि एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल ये है कि फॉर एग्जांपल क्या आप ये कुछ हद तक लेजिस्लेशन आप एक कंट्री के लेवल पे कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इन अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स यू नीड ग्लोबल कोऑपरेशन, राइट? क्योंकि आपका डेटा कहीं और पड़ा है, आपके कोड्स कहीं और पड़े हैं, वो यूज कहीं और हो रहे हैं, और वो नॉलेज कहीं और किसी और जगह पे है। तो हाउ इट विल बी लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल किसी और कंट्री को उसका एक्सेस तो नहीं मिलेगा, एंड अ लॉट ऑफ कंसर्न्स लाइक दैट। अगर इफ यू आर गोइंग टू अलाउ अ सर्टेन टेक्नोलॉजी टू कंटिन्यू टू बी यूज्ड इन योर कंट्री, सो दिस इज अ कंसर्न फॉर योर फॉर व्हिच अ लॉट ऑफ कंट्रीज हैव टेकन अ वेरी डिफरेंट कोर्स एज वेल, व्हिच वी आर अवेयर ऑफ। तो अब इसमें यह कि पहली चीज जो हम करते हैं फ्रॉम एथिकल पर्सपेक्टिव एंड आल्सो टू स्प्रेड एआई, जिस तरह डॉक्टर साहब ने भी कहा, तो ये है कि व्हेनेवर वी ट्रेन पीपल इन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, वी हैव अ ट्रेनिंग डेडिकेटेड टुवर्ड्स द लीडरशिप। फॉर एग्जांपल, तो हमने इसको शुरू किया था 3 days ट्रेनिंग से, और फिर हमें लगा कि जो इसके कंटेंट्स कुछ बढ़ गए और फिर टाइमिंग इसके हमें शॉर्टन करने पड़े। तो इट्स अ 1 week ट्रेनिंग, जिसमें हम एक जो दिन है उसका सिग्निफिकेंट पोर्शन डेडिकेट करते हैं टुवर्ड्स द एथिक्स ऑफ एआई, राइट? तो उसमें हम ये बताते हैं कि हाउ टू एनविजन एआई प्रोडक्ट्स, राइट? और ये अगर आप जापान ने जो भी रिसेंटली इनिशिएटिव लिया है, जो सर आसिम सामने बैठे हैं, और इसमें इग्नाइट इज वर्किंग विद विद जायका इन दिस एज वेल, और इसमें जो फॉर एग्जांपल जापान ने इस वक्त निकाला है, उसमें एक पूरा सेगमेंट है फॉर द एचआर, इन एचआर फॉर द एआई फॉर द लीडरशिप, हाउ टू कंसीव एआई प्रोडक्ट्स, जो आपके क्वेश्चन से रिलेट कर रहा था। एक्सप्लेनेबिलिटी जो है, ये अभी मैं आपको एक मिसाल से समझाता हूँ। फॉर एग्जांपल इन द 90s, लॉन्ग टाइम बिफोर डीप लर्निंग, जब न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स आ चुके थे, तो ये कार्नेगी मेलन की रिसर्च है, जो कि उनके हेड ऑफ मशीन लर्निंग टॉम मिचेल ने इसमें की थी। एंड दिस वाज रिगार्डिंग इमरजेंसी सी सेक्शंस, फॉर एग्जांपल, के जो क्यों उसके होते हैं, उनके अंडरलाइंग फैक्टर्स क्या हैं, एंड दे एक्सप्लोर्ड सो मेनी वेरिएबल्स, मोर देन 400 वेरिएबल्स उन्होंने पकड़े वेरियस डॉक्टर्स से पूछ के, कि जो वो समझते थे कि ये इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं। एंड इट टर्न्ड आउट कि जो डेटा उनके पास था, उसमें 7% से लेस जो खवातीन है उनको जरूरत पड़ती थी इमरजेंसी सी सेक्शंस को एट द एंड ऑफ इट। जब उन्होंने इसमें पूरी रिसर्च से वो गुजरे, इन द एंड दे फाउंड आउट के मशीन लर्निंग पैटर्न्स क्या कहते हैं। मशीन लर्निंग एसेंशियली इज अ स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस, राइट? तो वो आपको बताती है कि कौन से फैक्टर्स रेलेवेंट थे। अब उनके पीछे बायोलॉजिकल रीजंस क्या हैं, उनको एक्सप्लेन करना एक बिल्कुल फर्क डिबेट है, और उसके लिए आपको बायो के नॉलेज की और बहुत सारे मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजीज के नॉलेज की जरूरत है। बट यू कांट डिनाई द सिंपल फैक्ट जो कि आपको स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस और मशीन लर्निंग बता रही है कि आपके ये वाले 400 फैक्टर्स में से so many 100 factors are contributing and they are essentially there whenever this emergency C-section occurs, right? तो इसलिए अगर वो एक्सप्लेनेबिलिटी हमारे लिए फॉर द मोमेंट ना भी हो, फिर भी हमारे डिसीजन मेकिंग में उस स्टैटिस्टिकल पैटर्न की एग्जिस्टेंस का होना हमारे डिसीजन को एक हद तक उस पर डिपेंडेंट बना देता है, अगर हम उसमें आंखें बंद ना करें कबूतर की तरह, एंड वी डिसाइड टू यूज AI in our decision making and in our products, right? So we have to embark on that. The world is embarking on that. If we don't embark on that, given thinking के explainability नहीं है, तो very quickly हम relevant नहीं रहेंगे to the world, right? और explainability with time आ जाएगी। अच्छा, part of machine learning, so I'm sorry my answer is taking long, but part of machine learning जिस वजह से ये टेक्नोलॉजी पॉपुलर है वो ये है कि it actually uncovers patterns which are not otherwise understandable or explainable, right? For example, अभी जो जुडिशरी में यूएस ने इसको डिप्लॉय करना शुरू किया, हमें कुछ एक्सपीरियंस हुआ, हमने पाकिस्तान की जुडिशरी में भी सॉफ्टवेयर बना के दिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के पास भी हमने सॉफ्टवेयर इसका जुडिशरी को प्रोवाइड किया है। यूएस में जब उन्होंने दिया, दे अनकवर्ड अंडरलाइंग पैटर्न्स के कहां पे फॉर एग्जांपल कलर्ड पीपल के खिलाफ डिसीजंस आ रहे थे, एंड यू नो लाइक हार्डर जजमेंट, दिस इज वेल डॉक्यूमेंटेड कि उनके पास हार्डर जजमेंट्स उनको मिल रही थी। तो AI didn't cause that, AI uncovered that. It was already part of the human system, it was already happening, and the statistical analysis led to that, you know, revelation, जिससे हमें पता चला। तो I think कि हमें एक ओपन माइंड के साथ हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को, उनकी लीडरशिप्स को सोचना चाहिए AI को डिप्लॉय करने के बारे में। वन गुड प्रैक्टिस कैन बी कि आप एक डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजीज या AI के लिए ऊपर कम से कम एक कमेटी जरूर बनाएं अपनी हर रिस्पेक्टिव ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में। दिस गोज फॉर, क्योंकि AI की अगर आप कोई फैशन वीक उठा के देख लें, देयर आर एग्जांपल्स ऑफ AI बीइंग अप्लाइड टू फैशन, देयर आर एग्जांपल्स ऑफ AI बीइंग अप्लाइड टू जुडिशियल सिस्टम्स, देयर आर एग्जांपल्स इन फाइनेंस एंड एग्रीकल्चर। तो आप जिस भी डिपार्टमेंट में है, AI इज द न्यू इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, यू मस्ट हैव एटलीस्ट अ कमेटी जो कि बैठ के इस पे सोचे कि आपके लिए डेटा ड्रिवन और AI बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजीज कैसे प्रोडक्टिव हो सकती हैं। अपॉलॉजीज अगेन फॉर टेकिंग टू लॉन्ग।
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. I really acknowledge my panelists for sparing time for this valuable discussion. Thank you all so much, sir. आप late तो नहीं हो गए? Thank you.
Special message by President.
Okay. Now we have a special message from President of Pakistan. He is very kind to us to share his message with us. Please.
It's the fourth event like this, and there are international participants. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must congratulate the organizers, Total United Bank Limited, Total Communications, and the Ministry of IT and Telecom for organizing this event. I believe it's the fourth event like this, and there are international participants. And you're talking about something which is very dear to my heart, which is artificial intelligence, computing, and the way the world is changing. I welcome all of you who have come from abroad. I welcome all of you who are looking at us in Zoom. But at the time, I would like to communicate with the people of Pakistan and the students of Pakistan. So therefore, I would digress into Urdu. मैं समझता हूँ कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के हवाले से, कंप्यूटिंग के हवाले से दुनिया जितनी तरक्की कर रही है, उसके अंदर पाकिस्तान का एक बहुत बड़ा मुकाम है। मैंने पहला मजमून जो लिखा था सदारत की कुर्सी पर बैठने के बाद, वो नवंबर 2018 में शायद लिखा था, जिसका उन्वान ही था कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड कंप्यूटिंग एंड द प्लेस ऑफ पाकिस्तान इन दैट एरा। तो मैं जो डेमोग्राफिक चेंज आ रही है पाकिस्तान के अंदर यूथ के हवाले से, तो मैं चाहता हूँ लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा इस साइंस को पिक करें। जो वैरायटी ऑफ जॉब के एतबार से जो चीजें ओपन हो रही हैं दुनिया में, उसमें सबसे ज्यादा ओपनिंग इन जॉब्स की है। मैं जॉब्स के हवाले से भी आपसे अर्ज करूं कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी में 8 करोड़ लोगों की जरूरत है इन द नेक्स्ट 5-6 ईयर्स। कहाँ से आएंगे? तो लिहाजा जॉब सिक्योरिटी भी इधर है। और अब मैं हर प्रोफेशन के बंदे को कहता हूं कि कुछ आइडिया तुम्हें एआई और आईटी का होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये हर प्रोफेशन की अब दूसरी टांग है। चाहे हो, चाहे वो जियोग्राफी, कम्युनिकेशन हो, हर प्रोफेशन की दूसरी टांग है। तो जितनी तेजी से जमाना गुजर रहा है, और जो शॉकिंग और सरप्राइजिंग न्यूज़ से तो लोग अचानक जाग जाते हैं, जैसे चैट GPT-3 है। चैट GPT-3 का कमाल ये है कि दुनिया का सारा डेटा वो एनालाइज कर लेता है, हर लिखी हुई लाइन को देख लेता है, हर चीज को, व्हाटएवर नॉलेज इज अवेलेबल, और उसको आप क्वेरी डालते हैं तो द कंप्यूटर्स एंड द सुपर कंप्यूटर्स अवेलेबल टुडे, वो उस क्वेरी के एतबार से वो कंपोजिशन दे देते हैं जो आ रहा है। इस वजह से यूनिवर्सिटीज परेशान हो गई। ये चैट GPT-3 बैन हो गया इन सम स्टेट्स ऑफ यूनाइटेड अमेरिका। लोग परेशान हो गए कि अब हैंडल कैसे करें, क्योंकि लिखा हुआ उसको चैट GPT-3 ने चैलेंज कर दिया। लिहाजा जो दुनिया आ रही है वो इंटेलेक्चुअल एनालिटिकल एबिलिटी की तरफ से तैयारी कर रही है। जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कमाल था वो सबसे ज्यादा के पैटर्न देख ले तो चेहरों देखना, चेहरों के एतबार से, इस वक्त इमेजेस के एतबार से, रेडियोलॉजी, एक्सरेज के एतबार से, लिखाई के एतबार से, डिजीजेस के एतबार से, लोगों के रिएक्शंस के एतबार से इतनी दुनिया अब खुल रही है, इतना डेटा मौजूद है कि उसको एनालाइज करने वाले लोग नहीं मौजूद। तो लिहाजा मैं आप लोगों से जो मेरी बात सुन रहे हैं, खास तौर पर पाकिस्तानी लोगों से मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये इतना अच्छा वो रास्ता है, वो ट्रेन है हमारे लिए, पाकिस्तान के लिए बुलेट ट्रेन से ज्यादा तेज है। कि जिस तरह से कन्वेंशनल एजुकेशन में हम आगे बढ़ते थे, इस ट्रेन पर अगर हम सवार हो जाएंगे तो दुनिया हमारे लिए खुल जाएगी। पाकिस्तान का जो ब्रेन ड्रेन हुआ तो उसकी वजह ये थी डॉक्टर्स, इंजीनियर, उसकी वजह ये ने दिमाग तो प्रोड्यूस किए मगर अपने यहाँ खपत नहीं थी तो वो बाहर चले गए। ये जो एरा एआई का और इन सब का खुल रहा है, ये पाकिस्तान में बैठे बैठे अपनी कल्चरल खूबसूरतियों को पहचानते हुए, अपनी ट्रेडिशनल होम की वैल्यूज को रखते हुए, अपनी औलाद की अपब्रिंगिंग करते हुए इस बात का इम्कान है कि आप जॉब बाहर कर रहे हो, फिजिकली यहाँ मौजूद हो, जॉब बाहर कर रहे हो। इसी एबिलिटी के एतबार से हमारी वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट का इम्कान भी बहुत है। घर बैठे बैठे काम करें, बाहर तक बात पहुंचती है। ये जो नए स्टार्टअप्स हैं इनको मैं इनकरेज करना चाहता हूं कि चाइना के अंदर जब स्टार्टअप्स और आईटी का मामला बढ़ा तो उन्होंने पहले 10 साल में तो और आइडियाज दुनिया के अपने यहाँ कन्वर्ट कर अपना लिए। ओरिजिनल थिंकिंग, ओरिजिनल कम निकले। पहले उन्होंने फिल्मों के अंदर फॉर्मूला होता है वही चलाते रहते हैं 2-4 फिल्मों तक। तो मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ ट्राइड एंड टेस्टेड फॉर्मूलाज को आप चलाएं। पाकिस्तान जैसे जैसे 4G और 5G की तरफ जा रहा है, जैसे जैसे ये फोन आम हो रहा है, उस अंदाज से आप देखेंगे कि इतनी बड़ी मार्केट है। एक पिछले दिनों कोई नई कंपनी चाइना से आई और उसने कहा कि जी हम पेमेंट्स के अंदर कुछ काम करना चाहते हैं। तो उसने कहा कि पाकिस्तान के अगर फाइनेंशियल हालात भी कमजोर हैं, मगर हमें तो इतनी बड़ी मार्केट नजर आ रही है कि हम समझते हैं कि जैसे ही हम संभाला होगा पाकिस्तान का मईशत के एतबार से, तो ये मार्केट बड़ी तेजी से खुलेगी। तो आई मस्ट कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स, splendid work, and keep on inspiring and promoting this message. I think this message is the salvation of a country like Pakistan to jump into the modern era very fast. Shukriya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Stop. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like the audience, you can have tea from within the hall. You have only 5 minutes to take it. Thank you. Then we will continue our next session.
Mindset है ना हमारे आज तो ये कि गेट बंद कर क्यों आ रहा है ये
बोलो ज्वाइन कर लो। क्या स्टार्ट वो है ना। How are you?
And the rest. Some faculty how to actually more हर स्टूडेंट को बता रहे हैं स्टूडेंट से प्रोजेक्ट में entrepreneurship पढ़ी है आप 30% लेकिन keep boring करना it's just the class
Okay. Okay, audience who have grabbed the tea, you are requested to be seated on your place. We have to start the next session.
जी अभी आ रही है आवाज में? अब आनी चाहिए। जी मेरा ख्याल है ये मैं व्हाट्सएप की कॉल भी इसी से कंप्यूटर से पिक किया, शायद ये रीजन हो। आ गई है? चलें ठीक है, मैं स्क्रीन शेयरिंग शुरू कर दूं।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Large language model is one of the component of ChatGPT. And this large language model acts as an encyclopedia, but has some limitation in developing reasoning like human beings. Let me invite Mr. Asim Munawar, Program Director for Neurosymbolic AI, IBM, who will help us to understand the importance of neurosymbolic AI beyond large language model. Mr. Asim Munawar will be joining us virtually from USA.
Assalamu alaikum. I believe all of you can see the screen and also hear me. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to this event. I would have loved to join in person, but unfortunately I was not able to. So I'll be talking about how neurosymbolic AI can take us beyond large language models. We have a team of around 50 researchers at IBM who are working in this area. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against large language models. So it's just like I want to highlight some limitations, but that does not take any glory away from the large language models. Okay. So the question I always ask myself whenever I see something new is that, are we there yet? Okay, so this is a question I used to ask my parents when we used to travel in my childhood. Are we there yet? Okay. So ChatGPT, GPT-4, Bard, we see a lot of stuff, and I keep asking this question to me. But what is our goal? Like, where are we trying to go? Is our goal AGI? Is it trustworthy AI? Is it something else? So let me just start with some questions. Also, do we keep changing our goalposts? So what AI can do today, we did not even imagine, we could not have imagined a few years back. And similarly, are we heading in the right direction? So with the large language models, okay. So just some questions I would like to raise here. So as I said, so large language models are disruptive, they are amazing, but they do have some very serious limitations, especially when it comes to enterprise applications. So I have listed some of them on the left-hand side. So hallucination, data and compute, you all are aware of it. Bias and ethics. Let me show some examples, and their lack of like common sense or contextual understanding of the real world. For example, you can see on the bottom right an example where ChatGPT was asked like how to determine if a scientist is good or bad. And it generated a code where it says if the race is white and gender is male, he will be a good scientist, otherwise false. Okay. Although this is not replicable in ChatGPT anymore, so ChatGPT keeps updating their model. So, but do understand that at the bottom, the model still thinks the same thing. Okay, although if you ask this question, it will not reply you anymore. Okay, there are some safety mechanisms on top of the model. But when you generate, for example, you generate bedtime stories for your kids or anything using ChatGPT, underlying model still thinks the same thing. Okay. Similarly, it's very weak at reasoning. So I have just just to prove the point, I ran some very simple examples. At the bottom, you see an example where you ask, I have 2 bananas, one fell down, how many bananas are left in the room? And it says 1 banana is left in the room. Banana falling down does not mean it left the room, right? But large language model does not know that, so it cannot reason. Similarly, there are other examples, but just to, for the sake of the time, I'll move forward. So what is going on? Like why they are like, what happened, what changed in the recent past? So we saw like from big data and then deep learning revolution was because of massive data and compute. And now we are at foundation models. What changed here? Self-supervision at scale. So self-supervision, massive data, compute enable foundation models. And we would like to go forward from here to the future, which is learnable logic. Okay, why we need logic? I'll try to make the case in the next slides. Okay, and neurosymbolic AI can take us there. So where we infuse the logic with the general representations that we have learned through the massive neural networks. So today's AI, there are some serious problems that will not go away by making the models bigger, putting more data in them. Like they will just stay there, okay, until we make some fundamental changes. So for example, humans play little to no role in how the model performs. It's just depending on the data. It's just depending on how much you train. That's it. We can't interpret it the way we want to. And then the requirement for data is just increasing every day with each passing day, with each new model. Okay. Where we want to go is where humans are important. They play a central role. They can control what the AI is doing. Okay. The AI should be able to fill the partial knowledge. We should be able to train with much less data. Okay. And then the model should be able to reason. The model should be reusable. And as I said, so enterprise use cases have all these limitations. The model cannot be used if it's not fully controllable by human in the loop. So just very briefly, the taxonomy of neurosymbolic AI that this was presented by Henry Katz in AAAI. So all models can be considered as neurosymbolic. Even pure transformers can be considered as neurosymbolic. The reason being, we humans understand symbols. We don't understand the whole neural network representations. Okay, so you see, like, there are various systems where neural is embedded inside symbolic, symbolic is embedded inside neural. They both work sideways, like side by side. Symbolic generate data for neural, but you see, like, all of these categories, neural and symbolic, remain separate. Okay. We at IBM are working, we proposed a new category where we call neuro is equal to symbolic. Okay, it's neural and symbolic at the same time. We call it logical neural network. And the difference from other like AI paradigms is that there is understandability. It's fully understandable. I will show how, like, very, very abstract level how it works. So there is a single representation, both neural and logic at the same time. It can train with a lot less data because it can like use the knowledge bases that are available, domain knowledge. And then it can tackle much more complex problem because of the reasoning capabilities. So these are the first order logic operators that LNNs have, and how it is represented as something like this. If we have some rules that a cat and dog are pets, and cats have whiskers and tail, and it chases a laser pointer. So this is how the network will learn that. Okay, it's fully differentiable. It supports bidirectional inference. It means you can go from top to bottom, bottom to top. Like, there is really no input output in conventional sense. Okay, and each neuron has a logical meaning. Okay, unlike deep networks where each neuron, every neuron is the same. Okay, here all neurons are different from each other, and then we can build it in a compositional and modular manner. Like, if we have two different logical neural networks, we can just concatenate them to create a bigger network that solves multiple domains. So this is what I was talking about, multi-directional inference. We can go from input to the output. And similarly, let's suppose the output is known, but one of the input is missing. So we can go in the backward direction also. One of the things that we are working on, because of the extreme time limitation, I'll not be able to discuss too many details here, but I believe every one of us have seen this chart from ChatGPT blog. One of the reasons that makes ChatGPT so much better than its previous large language models is the RLHF path, the reinforcement learning with human feedback. So this is where the human feedback learns a reward model that is used to update the large language model. So we are currently working on how we can make this reward model using neurosymbolic approaches so that it's fully understandable. Again, human can play a central role. And exactly, we understand if there is a bias in there, if there is any ethical problem, if there is any issue with the language used by the model. Okay. So let me close by saying, and I want to give some pointers or how you can reach to me, how you can collaborate in the next slide. So large language models again, don't get me wrong. They are disruptive. They're great. They're amazing. They are game changer. They are here to stay. Okay. And they are very effective for generative tasks. However, we are in a hype cycle right now. Okay. And they have many limitations. And as I said again and again, especially for enterprise business use cases, they have some serious limitations that we need to deal with. Neurosymbolic AI have the ability to overcome many of those limitations. For example, grounding, factuality, trustworthiness can be solved by neurosymbolic AI. Coming back to the question, are we there yet? I strongly believe that although we get amazed by these large language models whenever they appear, we still have a long way to go. We are very far from where we need to be to solve most of the business or enterprise problems. Okay, so a lot of things still to do for researchers like me. And this is like in a recent workshop that we organized, Professor Gary Marcus said that we might be able to achieve artificial general intelligences in the next century or so. So we are still far from AGI, but we are moving there at a very fast speed. So thank you. I believe I stayed within my time limits. And then here are some links. You can reach out to me through email, or we organize like a workshop every year, summer school every year. If you want to follow us, there are some links here. You can go there. And there is also digital badge if you want to learn more about neurosymbolic AI that we are doing. There at the bottom, there is a link to the badge that you can get for that digital badge. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a most valuable session. Now, I would like to request another panel discussion. The topic of this panel discussion is the future of financial services and AI. This session is moderated with Mr. Ashar Naeem, Chief SSM AI Officer, UBL. I like to call him on stage.
Testing 1, 2, 3. To start. Actually, thank you everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to congratulate the organizers for this. So this panel discussion is the future of financial services with AI. So I'd like to call on the panelists, Abdul Wahid Ukeli Saab, who is Director General Digital Initiatives at FBR. He's leading one of the most successful initiatives such as POS receipts, track and trace system. So very excited to have you here, sir. Yeah. Sorry, and then we have Suhail Malik Saab, who's joining us online. Suhail Malik Saab is Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Banking and National Bank of Pakistan, NBP. And I think it's very exciting to have NBP here because they have the largest customer base, and the work that is done in NBP trickles down and reflects back into the industry. So Suhail Malik Saab is with us on. I'd like to call on Group Head Digital Solutions at Allied Bank, Mohammad Tahir Khan, who's a good friend of ours. And just to give a slight note on Allied Bank, Allied has one of the most early adopters culture in the banking industry that we have seen. And it's a pleasure to have him here. I'd like to call on Jawad Khalid Mirza Saab, who is Chief Information Security Officer at Askari Bank and Chairman Cybersecurity Forum. Jawad Saab is also sort of like a legend in the cybersecurity industry. So it's a pleasure to have you. And then lastly, I'd like to call on Amar Karim from Telenor Microfinance Bank. Amar is heading the Business Intelligence Unit at Telenor Microfinance Bank. So before we, so please. So before we start into the financial services with AI, let me just give slight context of why this panel is very important and how people here will determine what happens to AI in the future. So to predict where AI is going, let's talk about the history of AI. And this is sort of like things that aren't discussed mostly, but AI's first commercial usage and adaptability did not happen in Silicon Valley. It actually happened in Wall Street. So while AI was going through an AI winter where Silicon Valley had Perceptron and nearest neighbor algorithms being worked on, it was actually a hedge fund in Wall Street called Renaissance Capital that using mean reversion strategy. If you were to talk about, for instance, the adoption in the government, while there was no commercial use of AI, it was Washington that was using AI for different sort of like uses. So because these institutes, the government and the banks, because they have a financial pan-national impact, it's very important for people because how demand so in Pakistan. So now, so I'll start with you, Kelly Saab. So I think the first question I'd like to sort of like ask is that the POS receipt system which you have led is a very great system because it sort of like fertiles the ground for data and then different machine learning models can be implemented on top of that. So my question is that in terms of like how do you see the future of the POS receipt system and the track and trace system, and how do you think that data can be utilized in the future?
Thank you, Ashar. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, very elaborate and august panel. And let me, since half an hour I'm sitting over here, I feel that how uninformed we are in the public sector. And I have to admit that, first of all, to start with. But I think not much of the ground has been lost. And because the Federal Board of Revenue is custodian of the private individual's data. So there are a lot of limitations and restrictions on us how we use the data. But despite our limitations, we have taken some steps forward because we do understand that this massive digitalization initiative of the Federal Board of Revenue, which every person sitting in this hall comes across every other day when you go to any tier 1 retailer. We hear a lot of complaints, but those complaints are because unfortunately we have not adopted the technology. But we have taken a step forward, and by analyzing the data, like for example, the one biggest use of this point of sale data is that sometimes back the State Bank of Pakistan approached us that they were interested in constructing a digital consumer price index. Now that is something which can be a biggest and the most effective use of data repository from the point of sale system that we have, and we can use it. And I'm a firm believer that unless we can adopt the artificial intelligence, we can't do that. And I'll just give you one example that like we have at the moment 27,000 POS machines which are integrated with the Federal Board of Revenue's computerized system, and every retailer is required to keep the video of that POS machine for 30 days. Now, if I was to analyze that video feeds from 27,000 POS machines, it is humanly not possible for us what is going on. So a lot of complaints that every other day we receive from the consumers like you, that you didn't get the receipt, your receipt get verified, something like that, is because we are unfortunately not at that level of technology where we can work on the AI models, machine learning models, but we have taken a step forward. And I think one successful example, like at the Federal Board of Revenue, is going to give confidence to the public sector at large that this is something which we must adopt to facilitate public. I think that's all from my side.
So I think I agree that larger institutes require digitization before we can head towards AI, because that is the precursor to sort of like digitization. And I think while we're on this topic of pan-national implementation and influence, I'll actually like to ask a question to Suhail Saab.
Yeah.
So I'd like to sort of like ask, because I couldn't see you, so I thought you're not with us. But I'd like to ask that how do you, because National Bank has the largest customer base, and whatever National Bank does, it has like an influence across industry. How do you think AI is shaping the strategy of the industry?
Yeah, that's a really cool and great discussion. I was listening very carefully to the DG Saab, and he was rightly pointed out that this is the future and they are doing great contributions. I believe not only now, but for the last 5-10 years, AI is directly involved in different kind of banking activities, not only banking industries, but other industries as well. So if we talk about the banking industry only, there could be so many use cases where banks can get great help from AI, and they can not only help themselves to come up with the most appropriate products for the customers, but also to do a lot of things in terms of their, for example, for the sake of discussion, we can identify a few top AI use cases in the bank. That fraud detection is one of the key areas where AI can help banks to detect the fraud before it's happening. Because right now what's happening is, if there is a fraud happened, customer is going to call to the bank, and bank is going to file that complaint or that fraud event with the network, with the law enforcement agencies. Through AI, banks can actually stop to happen. Sake of discussion, we can say that system can actually check different parameters before the approval of transaction, that the kind of transaction customer is going to conduct is a normal kind of transaction he or she used to have. The GPS location of the customer is kind of normal GPS location which he or she used to send while the transaction is taking place. The device which he or she is using. So there are so many angles which AI system can detect, and based on those inputs, system can decide that either this transaction should be approved or declined. Then in terms of customer services, there could be so many use cases in the AI sector where customer can be assisted, customer can be provided help through AI-based chatbots, and without involving the call center agents or a physical human being. In terms of lending, credit scoring and credit decision making is one of the key areas for AI-based use cases. Risk management, we can say different kind of cross-sell products, KYC and other risk rating information, marketing and sales activities, marketing and sales events, different processes automation, enhancing the information security angle of the bank. So I believe there could be hundreds and thousands of use cases which banks can make, and based on those use cases, they can develop products, they can offer products to the customers, and they can provide support and services to the customers. It all depends on the teams working on ground for product development and product management. This is my input.
Sir, I think that's very interesting, because I completely agree with you that AI implementation is probably going to see multiple applications. And I think you spoke about fraud detection, and you spoke about risk management and what to sell to the customer. And I'll bring the sort of like discussion to you, Tahir sir, because I know that there's a lot of work being done at your institute in terms of fraud detection I think fraud detection, one of the major reasons why fraud detection is very important is because it makes the most unit economic sense, right? Because you're saving money, right? So it's not, there's no dream there. As you can see the results, especially with AI. So I wanted to talk to you, if you could talk a little about fraud detection, the work that you guys are doing, and how do you think we can actually make these sort of like economically viable, the implementation and the usage of like these solutions?
अच्छा, सबसे पहले तो एक चीज हम यहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बात करते हैं एआई की, कन्वोल्यूशनल न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स की। एक सबसे पहले एक प्रीएम्बल ये है कि व्हाट फाइनेंशियल इंडस्ट्री इज यूज्ड टू डू विद एआई, क्या इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस यहाँ पे हो सकती हैं, बिकॉज फाइनेंस इन्वॉल्व है, कस्टमर इन्वॉल्व है, मनी इन्वॉल्व है। इस वक्त व्हाट आई बिलीव सबसे ज्यादा जो ऑटोमेशन एंड डिजिटाइजेशन हो रही है वो फाइनेंशियल इंडस्ट्री में ही हो रही है। अच्छा, इसका एक इम्पैक्ट है, इम्पैक्ट ये है कि मैनुअल प्रोसेसेस ईज आउट हो रहे हैं, कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस बेहतर हो रहा है। अच्छा, जब भी कोई मैनुअल प्रोसेस ईज आउट होता है एक रिस्क कैरी करता है, साथ फ्रॉडलेंट एक्टिविटीज भी इन्वॉल्व होती हैं, उनकी मेथोडोलॉजीज भी इन्वॉल्व होती हैं। अगर हम वही कन्वेंशनल मेथड्स को यूज करके फ्रॉडलेंट एक्टिविटीज को पकड़ने लग गए तो फिर हमने जो लास्ट हमारा एक्सपीरियंस है तो 20 to 30% हमारे कस्टमर्स जो हैं वो फिशिंग और इसमें फंसे रहते थे। व्हाट वी हैव इम्प्लीमेंटेड एंड सीन द रिजल्ट्स, मल्टीपल AI related methodologies we implemented, pattern based identifications, ट्रांजैक्शनल पैटर्न्स, बिहेवियरल पैटर्न्स। कोई कस्टमर्स हमारे ऐसे भी हैं जो अर्बन में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ट्रांजैक्शंस होती है हमारे एआई सिस्टम्स अलर्ट्स जनरेट करके कार्ड्स ब्लॉक कर देते हैं, उनके इंटरनेट सेगमेंट्स को ब्लॉक कर देते हैं। So it has decreased from 20-25% to 5 to 8% with respect to ABL. So we have gained a lot. Secondly, we have worked with many players in industry like you, and we have implemented chatbots and content-based AI implementation where we can check the keywords like lottery. You have won a reward, SAS program, and customers are being educated that these are the fake things and you cannot respond and you should not respond on it. तो इस किस्म की जब हमने implementations की तो हमारा ग्राफ फौरन से जो कि फेक ट्रांजैक्शंस के ऊपर था वो 20-25% से 8% पे आ गया। So we have seen the real implementation of AI in our financial sectors. So अगर मैं एक I can fairly say कोई भी fraud detection system अगर वो without AI है, so it is not effective. Truly it is not effective.
Sir, I agree. I think the entire purpose of AI is pattern recognition, and just to sort of like build on top of that, since we are actually, Jawad sir, I'll actually pose the question to you now, since we are talking about fraud detection in terms of like a lot of phishing attacks. How do you see SIEM platform sort of like evolving in the future with respect to AI?
देखिए, SIEM is a basic component of any cybersecurity vendor in any institution like banking हो गया, telecom हो गया. The thing is, now the cybersecurity domain in itself is tightly coupled in the fabric of any financial industry, right? While covering from governance side till technology side, implementation side, monitoring side, it covers every aspect of organizational aspects, including fraud prevention as well. The thing is, SIEM is one component of मैं आपके क्वेश्चन पे अगर फोकस कर लूं, अगर मैं I'm a chief in X बैंक, तो मेरा पेन ये है कि आज जो हम स्टेट ऑफ साइबर सिक्योरिटी में खड़े हैं, तो ग्लोब में दुनिया में इस वक्त जो भी इवेंट हो रहे हैं, एडवर्स इवेंट्स हो रहे हैं, तो मुझे एक प्रेडिक्टिव एनालिसिस चाहिए कि यार अगर लक्समबर्ग में या अगर लिथुआनिया में या अगर किसी भी कंपोनेंट, किसी भी ग्लोब के किसी भी कोने में कोई ऐसा इवेंट अकर हुआ है जिसके कुछ ट्रेसेस मेरे पास भी अकर कर रहे हैं, तो ऑटोमेटिकली मेरे सिस्टम्स इतने वेल अवेयर्ड होने चाहिए कि जो मुझे अलर्ट दे दें कि यार लुक अपॉन दीज थिंग्स, ये पैटर्न बन रहे हैं, ग्लोबली ये पैटर्न बन रहे हैं, तो आप अपने यहाँ भी ये देख लें, मुझे कुछ इस तरह के ट्रेसेस मिल रहे हैं। सीन जब हमने जर्नी बात की तो इट्स मोर ऑफ स्टैटिक सिस्टम्स। अब आपको पावर चाहिए जो कि आपको बिहेवियर एनालिसिस, मैलवेयर, क्योंकि आप फाइललेस, मगर मैं ज्यादा टेक्निकल बोलूं तो एक्सक्यूज कर लीजिएगा, फाइललेस malware, सिग्नेचरलेस malwares हैं जो कि आप ट्रेडिशनल टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ डिपिक्ट ही नहीं कर सकते, तो उसमें ट्रेडिशनल सीन, ट्रेडिशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काम ही नहीं कर सकता। द थिंग इज जो एआई की डिफेंसिव में हम एडवांटेज ले रहे हैं, उसी तरह का एडवांटेज जो है वो एडवर्सरीज भी उठा रहे हैं। लास्ट पैनल में मतलब जो उसमें मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन ये थी कि मतलब साइबर इज द फिफ्थ डोमेन इन वॉरफेयर, राइट। अब साइबर के साथ अगर आप एआई को कपल कर देंगे, मशीन लर्निंग को कपल कर देंगे, द थिंग इज वंस व्लादिमीर पुतिन सेड दोज हु कंट्रोल द एआई हु रूल्स द वर्ल्ड, राइट। अगर एक स्टेट्समैन ये बात कर रहा है तो वो एआई की इंपॉर्टेंस आप जज कर सकते हैं कि वो किस डोमेन के अंदर कहाँ पे वो उसको फोकस कर रहा होगा। द थिंग इज जैसे सुहेल ने भी कहा कि बैंकिंग में स्पेसिफिकली यूज केसेस तो कई बन सकते हैं। मतलब एक बुक है, मैं अक्सर बुक का रेफर करता हूँ, बैंक 4.0 ब्रेड किंग की बुक है। चाइना के अंदर एक क्रेडिट स्कोर कैलकुलेट किया जाता है, विच इज रीमा के क्रेडिट स्कोर विद 320 का कॉन्सेप्ट है। 3 मिनट्स के अंदर प्रोसेसिंग करता है, 2 सेकंड्स के अंदर अप्रूव होता है, नो टाइम आपको पैसे मिल जाते हैं, राइट। द थिंग इज उस तरह की चीजें एआई लेवरेज कर रहा है आप, तो हम द थिंग इज कि हम उसको कोशिश तो कर रहे हैं सीख लें, बट द थिंग इज के वी आर द ट्राई देखें।
I think I'll actually, so that's very, so building on top of that, especially in terms of, Amar sir, if I were to ask you in terms of like digital lending, credit worthiness, can you, because I think in Pakistan, one of the largest impacts can actually be through micro lending. If every citizen is accessible to a small, limited time loan. So can you talk about how AI and machine learning can be implemented? What, if there are any results that your institute has seen?
Yeah, so typically what machine learning does is that in the first instance, if we have, it's all function of data that we have, right? The granularity and the history that the data maintains. So to expect something beyond 90% in terms of the accuracy of or the robustness in the very first iteration may not be a realistic picture. Yeah. But again, since the business of lending is tied to it, so that may not be actionable if the percentage is, below that. So the idea is to pick out certain algorithms, and these days, for specifically for credit scoring, we are going with the ensembled techniques. So to pick out the right patterns from the 3 pillars of the data, as I always say, the payments data, the telco data, and the utility company's data. So if those 3 pillars are clubbed, then sky is the limit. You get the worthiness of the customer in terms of the maximum amount that can be lent to him and the associated risk. And then again, it has to be, the dots have to be very much connected in a way that, for example, if a person has a worthiness of 5,000 rupees and a profile of being a low-risk customer, that low-risk portfolio stays no longer if you are to give a loan of 20,000 or a bigger amount to that customer. Why? Because that risk amount or the profile are actually associated with each other. So this is primarily the first phase where different ensembled techniques come up with a fair bit of an accuracy in terms of the modeling outcome. Followed by that, there are certain credit underwriting rules, which are again driven by machine learning that sort of build on top of what we already have as the kind of strict conditions on how to pick and choose the customers. So it's never a kind of a random targeting thing. It's always the sharp shooting. And once we have that, those experiments, and I always say that treat every decile of the outcome as a separate marketing experiment. So what happens is that once the pilots go on, the outcome of those pilots tend to become the feedback loop to the model itself, and the model undergoes the process of self-healing. So once that happens, actually not only the real essence of machine learning comes into play, but also it gives the confidence to the stakeholders to upscale as well. And the second phase, when it comes to credit scoring and digital lending, especially in a country like ours, where more than 50% of the population is effectively unbanked, that is the financial inclusion and financial literacy. So to aid that, the techniques that we are following is to create a kind of a visibility for the customers, whereby they are not only exposed to their own credit scores, but also the KPIs that are contributing towards those scores, so that they not only get aware about what they're actually doing, but also how it is being helping in enhancing their scores as well. So effectively, the idea is to create a sort of the customers as well, that and the benefits that are tied to it, so that effectively, end of the day, the goal should be that each end user or the customer becomes a digital CFO in himself.
So just a quick question in terms of what you've said, and I'm very interested in this question. I always so our perspective towards thing was that to build predictive model we need more data. Do you think that is a requirement that you have, or do you think the applications and the internal applications that are running within your organization, that they have sufficient data to create like a higher predictive models?
Yeah, as I said earlier, so it's all a function of the data itself.
Yeah.
Within each organization, the data would be different, the grain would be different, the history would be different, right? So the idea is, even if you do not have the access to the external data, start with the payments data. That is the real gold mine.
So that's very interesting. And I know, Tahir Sahab, you have been working a lot in terms of your organization is working a lot in terms of amalgamating data for cross-selling, for upselling. Can you talk a little about that? How the effectiveness of that, the benefits of that?
एक्चुअली मैं इसमें थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ कर दूं प्रीएम्बल में कि बिग डेटा की इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस किसी रिक्वायरमेंट की बेस पे ही हो तो बेहतर है. इट्स नॉट फॉर द सेक ऑफ नेम और टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर द सेक ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी शुड नॉट बी देयर. अगर मैं अलाइड बैंक के पर्सपेक्टिव से बात करूं तो सबसे पहले हमारे पास इंडिपेंडेंट साइलोज में डेटा था, हर सिस्टम का डेटा अलग पड़ा हुआ. व्हाट वाज द प्रॉब्लम? कंसोलिडेशन वाज द प्रॉब्लम. Who is going to get the consolidated figure for the bank? What is the complete GL? And it takes lots of time and processing power of the system. Then we initiated the project of data warehouse, जिसमें हमने तमाम डेटा को इकट्ठा कर दिया. Consolidation का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गया, बट फिर एक रियल टाइम प्रॉब्लम आया. What about the unstructured data? Because data warehouse structured data नहीं रख सकता था, और हमें मशीन लर्निंग के एल्गोरिथम्स के लिए we need to have the unstructured data. This problem requires that हम उसको बिग डेटा को इम्प्लीमेंट करें और उसका बेनिफिट लें. अच्छा, क्या स्टैंडर्ड चलते हैं? चर्न प्रेडिक्शंस, नेक्स्ट बेस्ट ऑफर्स, कैश ऑप्टिमाइजेशंस, फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट, ये ऑल यूज केसेस इंप्लीमेंटेड है, ये स्टैंडर्ड है. बट जो pivotal the key factor है, that is Allied Bank focused on individual product. Like if a product is there, why it is not upselling and why it is not cross-selling? So we have developed machine learning algorithms, and what we have learned after these machine learning algorithms, you must have a contextual customer-based engagement. The data which you have received, if you send to customer and in a raw form, it will not work. Unless you have a contextual customer engagement, this is the most effective way of engaging the customer. But there are limitations to these machine learning models as well, because you need to have a proper, large, accurate data. If you don't have accurate data, machine learning results will be very much different. Overfitting problems occur हो जाते हैं. कस्टमर का बिहेवियर किसी भी एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर से सडन चेंज भी हो जाता है, लेकिन कुछ फैक्टर्स या लिमिटेशंस हैं. बट इस वक्त हमारी फाइनेंशियल इंडस्ट्री पर्टिकुलरली मशीन लर्निंग एंड बिग डेटा को यूज करके अपने प्रोडक्ट की क्रॉस सेलिंग एंड अप सेलिंग मोस्ट इफेक्टिव वे में कर रही है.
लेट मी कंट्रीब्यूट. जो ट्रू एसेंस है, मैं क्योंकि साइबर सिक्योरिटी से डोमेन से ताल्लुक रखता हूँ, मगर बैंकिंग की डिसीजन मेकिंग में मैंने डिफरेंट मेरा बैंकिंग एक्सपीरियंस भी है. द थिंग इज ट्रू सेंस में जो अपसेलिंग है या क्रॉस सेलिंग, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस हम वो ट्रू लिवरेज कर ही नहीं पा रहे. हम कस्टमर को उस तरह से एंगेज ही नहीं कर पा रहे कि यार मतलब जो अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा जो बैंक मतलब मैं किसी भी बैंक की बात कर रहा हूँ मोस्टली या स्ट्रक्चर डेटा में आ रहा है, उसके ऊपर उसको कैपिटलाइज ही नहीं कर पा रहे कि यार अगर एक्स बंदे ने अगर कोई प्रोडक्ट विजिट किया है तो या अगर उसका क्रेडिट स्कोर के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से मैं उसको अपसेल कर सकूं या क्रॉस सेल कर सकूं, कोई भी प्रोडक्ट स्टिल एज अ होल इंडस्ट्री वी आर, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि हम वो है, बट वी आर स्ट्रगलिंग टू डू दैट। हमारे सामने अगेन मैं चाइना की एग्जांपल दूंगा, मगर चाइना के पास इट्स अ ह्यूज बेस ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग जहां पे एक डेटा सेट अवेलेबल है, उन्होंने सक्सेसफुल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करके दिखा दिए दुनिया को, जहां पे ये हम यूज माइक्रो लेंड, आपने माइक्रो सर्विसेज माइक्रो लेंडिंग की बात की, तो अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस चाइना ये काम कर रहा है। आप एक स्टोर में एंटर हो, कैमरे से ही आपकी क्रेडिट वर्दिनेस स्कोर पता चल जाती है कि यार इसको अगर सुन चीज बाय करनी है, वहां पे कार्डलेस और कैशलेस की बात हो रही है। आप स्टोर के अंदर एंटर हो रहे हैं, कैमरे ने पिक्चर ली, हाँ यार ये इसको तो मैं पैसे दे सकता हूँ, शॉपकीपर को पता चल गया हाँ ठीक है यार तुम XYZ अमाउंट ले लो। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस माइक्रो लेंडिंग के साथ दूसरा इशू डिस्कस किया जाता है चाइना के अंदर, वहां पे जस्टिस सिस्टम स्ट्रांग है। अगर आप डिफॉल्ट कर गए माइक्रोवेसी छोटे लोन्स में, तो वहां सजा का कॉन्सेप्ट है, आपको फौरन या तो उस पे आपको डीक्रेडिटाइज कर दिया जाएगा, आप किसी क्रेडिट जोगे रहेंगी नहीं, मतलब जैसे बाहर के मुल्कों में होता है कि आपका क्रेडिट स्कोर बन रहा होता है। तो लेंडिंग इज नॉट एन इशू। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस जो कपल्ड एक इकोसिस्टम है ना, वो बनने की जरूरत है फॉर एनीथिंग, क्रॉस सेलिंग, अपसेलिंग, स्टिल वी आर स्ट्रगलिंग टू डू इट। तो ये नहीं कह रहा कि हम कर नहीं सकते, बट इन अ लार्जर एस्पेक्ट टाइम लगेगा। बट द थिंग इज हम केस स्टडीज भी तो नहीं देख रहे, जो सक्सेसफुल केस स्टडीज है हमारे सामने नेबर्स में है, तो हम उसको लिवरेज ही नहीं कर पा रहे। तो मतलब मेरा
every time you're at a conference like this, I think things that aren't discussed is towards the demand, right? So right now you're talking about some of the pain points that your institute might see. And then I think for a lot of people who are going to be developing technology, that's an opportunity in terms of what to build. So if all of you can sort of like talk about, at least in your domain, what are the products that you might be looking for that could be locally built? Because I think Tahir Saab and I were having this discussion that unlike software, AI, building an AI system is relatively less resource intensive, right? I mean, software may you need like a force of people to build this. With AI, you need there's a high intellectual barrier, but you won't really find you require a lot of resources to do the same thing. So if you could just talk about in terms of like the demand side of things, that what are the things that people should be focusing on building in Pakistan that might have a lot of demand in your industry?
अच्छा, मैं आपके ना इस क्वेश्चन को ना एक एग्जांपल से रिलेट करूंगा, रियल टाइम एग्जांपल। जब आपने बात की, जब मैंने जो इस तरह बात की कि मशीन लर्निंग ये सब चीजें आपको डेटा तो दे देंगी, बट जो मैंने एक पर्टिकुलर टर्म बोली कॉन्टेक्चुअल कस्टमर एंगेजमेंट, आई वाज लुकिंग फॉर अ नाइकी शूज, सो मैंने कुछ उसको सर्च किया। जब उसको सर्च किया तो मुझे वो एक अफोर्डेबल रेंज के अंदर नहीं मिला। मैं आउट ऑफ कंट्री गया और एयरपोर्ट पे बैठा हुआ था, सेम शू मुझे पॉपअप हुआ और कहा कि उस स्टोर के ऊपर इसकी एक सेल लगी हुई है और इस प्राइस रेंज में लगी हुई है, which was in my acceptable range because I was looking in that particular range. This is what we want to achieve because in terms of product building, because कोई प्रोडक्ट भी बनाते हैं वो कस्टमर ओरिएंटेड होनी चाहिए विद रिस्पेक्ट टू कस्टमर। आज हम मोबाइल एप्स बना रहे हैं, वी आर ट्राइंग कि हम कस्टमर के मुताबिक, इफ इज अ 20-25 years old पर्सन, उसमें कलरफुल आए, डिफरेंट आए, एजेड पर्सन है डिफरेंट कलर स्कीम्स आए, डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट्स आए उसको। तो ये बेसिकली कस्टमर सेंट्रिक अप्रोच जब तक हम यूज नहीं करेंगे, वी विल यूज टू बिल्ड प्रोडक्ट्स एंड प्रोडक्ट्स, बट एक्चुअल इन टर्म्स के ऊपर वो इतनी इफेक्टिव नहीं होगी।
इस पे एक पॉइंट, मेरा पॉइंट, आपने सारे इन्होंने सारी बातें खर्चे की कर दी। मैं इसे थोड़ा सा आगे की बात आपको बताता हूँ। जो मॉडल्स डिस्कस हो रहे हैं, इफ आपकी AI इंजन है, आपकी ML इंजन है, क्या अगर आप जो इनकी एग्जांपल है कि यार ये शू डिस्काउंट पे आप ले लो, इफ आई एम गोइंग टू बाय द शू, बात हो रही है, डिजिटल फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस की बात हो रही है। द थिंग इज कि अगर मैं कोई परचेज करने लगता हूँ तो वो यार असिस्टेंट बोले यार भाईजान ना काम ना करो, तुसी बच्चों की फी भी देनी है, फलाना काम भी करना है, मतलब आपकी लग्जरी एक तरफ, ये वाली आपकी जो चीजें हैं ये रह जाएंगी, फलाना आपने इंश्योरेंस भी पे करनी है। देखें, द थिंग इज ये डिमांड तो है कस्टमर सेंट्रिक, बट मैं जिस तरह से देख रहा हूँ किस तरह से चीजें बिल्ड होना शुरू हो गई हैं दुनिया के अंदर, अगर आप कोई भी ऐसी चीज करने जा रहे हैं कि आपका फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस बोलेगा कि भाई आपकी माली आदत देखते हुए ना अगले साल की और अभी की आप ये चीज ना करें, ठीक है, मतलब ये अगर आपने कोई ट्रिप प्लान किया हुआ फैमिली के साथ, यार आपका खर्चा इतना आएगा, लाना मैं ये देख रहा हूँ इन्फ्लेशन पाकिस्तान की इधर जा रही है, तो आप ये वाले अपने एक्सपेंस कट डाउन करेंगे तो वो चीजें मीट कर पाएंगे। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस ये चीजें आप प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस की तरफ उस तरफ राउट हो रही है, दुनिया अचीव कर चुकी है। मतलब आप फेसबुक पे आप कोई भी चीज कंटेंट देख रहे हैं, बार बार उसी तरह कंटेंट आपको रिपीट होगा, मतलब आपके हैबिट्स पैटर्न्स को गेज कर चुके हैं। अब जो इससे ऊपर यूज केस बन रहा है वो है आपको सिस्टम आपको क्या करना चाहिए। तो द थिंग इज कि ये चीजें आप उस तरफ फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड कंट्रीज में तो उस तरफ जा रही हैं, पर जो ताहिर ने कहा हम यहाँ तक ही नहीं पहुंचे अभी तक, तो मेरा टेक है उसको।
Sir, so I would just sort of like conclude this topic because I've gotten like 2 prompts right now. Okay, time's up. So, but I just to I think just in terms of like concluding this topic, I think it's just important to establish after this discussion that you have the government and you have the financial industry actually adopting AI. So we might be behind. We might be a few steps behind, but there is an adoption, and there are sort of like practical use cases, actual benefits that we have seen in the past, and that sort of like justifies where we are headed in the future. And I think more importantly, we've been doing this for a couple of years, and if you compare even banks and government last year and this year, there's a huge difference. So if right now, last year there was an AI discussion from the context of software. There was sort of like a confusion between ki ye software hai, ye AI hai. So they're talking about software, they'll call it AI. Big data ko AI bolte the. So I think that sort of like barrier or arbitrage is being filled up. So I think there's a huge difference in terms of where we stand right now, where we were. And I think that sort of like creates a roadmap in terms of where we might be heading in the future. So I'd like to thank all the panelists here. Thank you so much for being here. It has been an absolute pleasure. The time passed sooner. We had a good discussion.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel discussion. Now, as we know that AI has potential to increase productivity, create new jobs, and rise the living standard. However, by its true nature of performing non-routine tasks formerly thought to be strict the domain of human, AI is likely to disrupt the swath of job and tasks. Now we have Mr. Ehsan Mehmet, AI, who will present his topic, AI and Future Jobs.
Can I get all right. How do I get a prompt? Prompt कैसे आ गया? Because I have a stop. Hi, thank you very much. My name is Ehsan. I work with Ekel AI. And Ekel is an AI company based out of the United States. And I'm a Pakistani by nature, so we have an office here in Lahore as well. A bit far from here, but yeah, this is close by, not a walking distance. But when I was presented these options of, what should I talk about, I actually was a bit confused. I had like 2 contending topics, and I wanted to talk about the more interesting one, right? Future of jobs. AI, first of all, I think it's the 4th time I'm gonna, 3 times I've already heard, 4th time I'm gonna repeat this. AI is not taking jobs away. very simple. But I'd like to lead this conversation not with that notion, but I'd say, what is the future of jobs if AI is not just replacing us? I mean, there has to be something, right? And I'd like to use an analogy, really. Calculators, what happened? You started using calculators, right? I mean, anybody who didn't use calculators, or they used to create a square root and whatnot, I mean, they became obsolete. Those people were not efficient enough, right? And everyone at some point started adopting calculators as a way of life. That's how AI could be seen. And I want to talk about, by the way, two things today: modern jobs, calculator, digital, and all that. And then what does the future look like in terms of what jobs are we to see? Being in this AI industry for quite some time now, I think I've seen people adopt AI more than anywhere else, because we are an AI company. And I would say modern jobs, in my perspective, I mean, I just shortlisted probably around 1,000 job titles, and then we went through this exercise and we came up with some of these. They're not really titles, but more like areas of jobs that we feel that could be contributed a lot by the AI. So much that I would say education, legal, healthcare, and most of these topics, by the way, we've talked a lot about ChatGPT, GPT-3, really, and a lot of them are actually being utilized by that. But the thing is, I'd like to come back to this slide, though. Why did this happen? AI jobs take over. Everything had to come in 2023. Why not 2019? Why not 2027? Well, unfortunately, COVID. What happened was everything became digital. We started working from home. I mean, there's a bunch of stats that I can talk about here. I'd rather stay away from them. But still, the thing is, COVID is the culprit here, at least to the majority of that part, because the transformation, the adaptation of digital technology was greatly accelerated by COVID. And this is a number. It was globally accelerated by 7 years. So the thing is that the technology that was supposed to be there, adopted by human beings in 2027, was adopted in 2020 instead. And that's kind of what drew all the digital acceleration. We started getting more data that we could handle. We started worrying about what happens with big data. Now I think big data companies grew more than anybody else, except for the other WebRTC based companies, right, like Zoom. But given that, what happened? What is with all of this scenario, what are we looking at? Are we looking at a job, let's say, with digital adoption as a future? No, I mean, we've seen it. I mean, we're talking about it quite some really vehemently, that the future is AI. But how is AI kind of the future? I have a formula like this, modern jobs are work. I mean, you're working on your desk, but plus digital adoption, right? And then the jobs of the future. And I'd like to highlight a few real life examples that we've actually worked with the companies we have actually tried to help. That is work, digital adoption, plus AI tools. Some of you might understand what I'm trying to get at here. The tools of AI, they're not like physical Hathodi or something. They're digital tools that, as I'd be demonstrating a little while from now as well. With that, I would say, I mean, let's touch very briefly, because I don't have a lot of time for today's session. I love talking about it probably for hours. But what is a modern system? We're talking about modern, not future. A modern system, by the way, at least globally, at least in the US, I've seen that, let's say this Pakistan Citizen Portal application, like the mobile application that I've used it a couple of times already, lodged a few complaints. I didn't see any trackers with it. That's very unfortunate, but I mean, look at this chart here. I'd like to use, this is the sessions with name, surname, email, phone number, password, confirm password. This is what it is. Like you have a form, like sign up form. What we at Eckle at least, and some of the data-oriented, data-driven companies are doing is, every form that we are creating, we're tracking every move of the customer, not personally identifiable information, no aggregates of every move of the customer. What's happening is we're able to better understand, and probably as Mr. President already said that, this AI adoption has to come in faster. The way it could come in faster is we create applications, real applications that can help real people, that can help generate the data, and that can help create better AI systems. How do we do that? Understand what's happening within the applications. For example, in here, we're losing 16.5 down there, 16.5% of customers do not go to the surname, they fill out the name, they don't go further. The biggest drop is probably at phone number. So 40% customers, this is real data. 40% customers or people who want to sign up with the application do not fill out the phone number information. And now you have to make a choice whether it's very important for you to kind of gather that phone number. Is it a star thing that you would have to fill out, otherwise you can't sign up for the system, or you want to create and keep the 40% customers that want to sign up with your application? That's probably one of the reasons why they opened it up in the first place and filled out the first 3 forms. So with this kind of digital adoption, with this kind of insights, and I could go on for the insights a bit more. I mean, every website that you see, at least ones who are tracking customer information, they have heat maps like these, and a lot of the AI companies and the big data companies in here I've probably spoken to, they know what this is. This is Hotjar. It's an application that tracks where the customer is spending the most time on, where is the mouse being moved, and where's the hotspot where you'd like to kind of make more attention kind of, possible. So with that in mind, and with this data adoption, I would say that we're just into the modern application. We're not into the future. Well, by the way, the future does not look like this. The thing is, in order for us to move from modern applications, some of us have to really catch up to even modern, but still, that's the easy path. To move towards the future, probably even help Pakistan move towards the future, we'll have to, by the way, Islamabad will still remain the same even after like 20 years. There'll be enough greenery, even after AI adoption and everything. There won't be a lot of robots walking around in the place. But with that in place, I would say, well, let's, hold on. Yes, can you play this? Can somebody play this video? There's a play button there. I think it was supposed to be automatically done. Well, the most widely spoken or talked about topic can we play this? Can you escape and then play button? Maybe just go out of the slideshare mode. So ChatGPT, it is the future, right? I mean, it's the present, really, to be honest. I mean, we've been working with ChatGPT, a variant of it, which is called GPT-3, for about 2.5 years now. We were one of the, by the way, I think one of the first, probably only company in the whole of country, Pakistan, that received the access to this ChatGPT, GPT-3 in the first week of its global launch. We were because of the research program that we were a part of. But that's the past, I think, and if anything, no, that's all right. So what's happening here is I actually had examples that would be, I'm writing an email, a thank you email to you, by the way, that you'd probably be looking at if this video was working. A thank you email to you saying, all kinds of great words and all that, right? So I could write in, if I were to write an email to you otherwise, without the ChatGPT functionality or without the AI functionality, it'd probably take me around like 20 minutes, right? Guess what? It took me 10 seconds. 10 seconds, and I got my work done more efficiently. If I am at an office which relies heavily on emails, would I not use ChatGPT and jeopardize my job? No, that's the future of jobs. Because if you want to have a job in the future, the title remains almost the same. It's just you're more efficient because of the AI tools that you're getting acquainted with and that you're using, and that you're paying for, by the way, every day subscriptions kind of increase. In a very similar way, in this video, we had, by the way, there was a really bad joke that it had cut there. I mean, not in a good way, a bad joke. I wanted you to be a part of it. I mean, you want to laugh. You'd ask Google, hey, I want to laugh. What would you do? I mean, just wait for Google to kind of come up with a joke? No, I can do that, but that's probably not a job-related application. But think of the long-term effects. If we actually are working with a hospital, an international hospital, to create a patient experience. So what's happening is the patient can log into to their mobile phones, and it could say, I have a headache and a fever. Who should I go to? What kind of doctor should I be visiting? And it's more like a consoling the chatbot kind of talks to you, say, hey, all right, so do you have a stomach ache as well? Do you have a throat ache as well? And kind of keep the conversation going and says, you should probably visit a pathologist or, I don't know, the other kind of doctor, like gives you 2 or 3 options for you, so you can choose. Probably a great assistant. Nurses will have less work to do. Doctors will have less work to do because the doctors and nurses and medical assistants kind of spend this very important time getting details from patient. I mean, if it's coming for free with like, 0 time being spent by a doctor, the doctor can maximize the productivity of his time or her time. That's what's the future of AI and the future of jobs. And by the way, this is 2 years old. Again, the world has seen ChatGPT today. GPT-3 is 2 years old. Imagine. This is, by the way, the future. Oh, well, this is ethical AI stuff. So we're internally developing this. So what happened is, imagine a graphic artist without this. That would be unthinkable, just like you would not be, if you're in finance and you think of yourself with that, like not having a calculator or an Excel sheet on your computer, that's the problem. And anyways, so that's the problem. So this is how AI tools are going to help people kind of achieve greater and bigger heights. And that's my kind of entire case here, that the future of jobs lies with AI tools. There are robotics. Oh, well, I am sure. I don't mean to kind of disregard the role of robotics in surgery, in warfare, and a bunch of other domains. But in the mass adoption, I believe, the near future, 20 years, 15 years from now, there's going to be a lot of change in copywriting. There's going to be a lot of change in the there's going to be a lot of change. And by the way, I've highlighted all the industry. By the way, coming back to the same slide that I showed earlier, I've highlighted all fields I've seen personally applications of. In fact, some of them are my clients who we've developed these applications and AI tools for. The others, but the lawyers, I think there are a lot of applications coming in like last week. I saw a few funding rounds, but these applications are already being served by AI as tools, as extension to your natural human being to make your processes more efficient. And these applications in itself, I mean, you could visit these websites. I'll leave the presentation here. Some of them we have worked with, and we've kind of helped them create these things. They have raised millions and thousands of millions. In the last 1 year alone, I think about $5 million. With only investing in this, because all this is the future. If you the calculator was invested in a calculating company right there, right then. You only needed to know there was a calculator. This is going to change the world. This will bring about by the way, our AI tools that can help you. There are a few more, and I think I'll be done with the slides, and I'll just leave them with graphs.
G, am I audible? I need to. G, am I audible? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
How with human beings.
Okay, G. I hope you guys can hear me.
I have.
Years beyond. I want to look at 2033 to start with. And make a plan for 2025 as well, just so, we need to stay realistic as well. But with all of that, I implore you to try out these tools and see how your jobs are going to change in the world to come. Thank you very much. Take care.
For ensuring me that AI is not taking away my job. Now we are having Noman Sheikh, lead ML AI infrastructure, ML Ops, Motive. Topic of his presentation will be empowering human driver with AI to fix road safety. Please.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. I'd just like to, I'm unable to present right now. Can I share my presentation? Okay. Sorry, I can't get any feedback from that side.
Please share your screen. You're audible.
Yeah, I cannot share my screen. It says it's not allowed for me.
Okay, we will make sure that this option is available now.
Thank you. जी अभी तो नहीं हुई. अभी अवेलेबल जी चलिए शुक्रिया जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी मेरा नाम नुमान है और सबसे पहले I apologize for not being able to visit in person. There were some personal things. अच्छा जी so I represent a company called Motive. We sorry so let me view slideshow. Yeah okay so हम लोग it's a US based company. I'm working as the head of ML and AI infrastructure here for last few years. So the goal of Motive is to empower human drivers with AI to fix road safety issues. Okay, so a little bit about the company. Motive was known as Keep Trucking earlier. It has more than 4,000 employees worldwide with a great customer satisfaction record. Over 600 million capital raised, 130,000 customers. Our devices are installed in roughly 750,000 vehicles across North America. लेकिन जो असल बात है कि although it is a US-based company, one of the main powerhouses of this company is in Pakistan. We have over roughly half the employees here, with roughly half the engineering force here, with offices in Lahore, Karachi, Islamabad. We have a very, very strong AI R&D team in Pakistan. We like to boast it's probably one of the best, if not the best team. We got 6 PhD researchers and a big annotation team of 400 people, which are all sitting in Pakistan. So what we have done, what we do is that our mission is to improve the safety, productivity and sustainability of businesses that power the physical economy. So again, by physical economy, we mean transport vehicles, we mean oil and gas vehicles. It's more in transportation domain right now, but that safety is of paramount importance. And as you might know, America ki one of the biggest industry is trucking itself. So this is where we're working at. What we have is a completely integrated suite of applications with financial solutions, with safety applications, with productivity, with driver coaching programs, with fleet management, freight management, a lot to do with trucking industry. Okay, so our AI-powered applications automate mainly driver safety. We have, as I said, we have products in spend management, compliance, driver safety, maintenance, physical security, and a lot more. So since our team is primarily focused on providing AI solutions for safety, this is where I will focus in. And why is it important? That because, of course, these are the stats for US, because trucking is one of the focal things there. 6% of trucks run into collision every year. A lot of it is applicable to Pakistan, like in stats थोड़े से फर्क होंगे. But for some reasons हम इनको यहाँ पे apply क्यों नहीं कर सकते? We'll come to that. लेकिन 6% trucks run into collision everywhere. और जिसके अंदर अगर कोई fatal injury हो जाता, fatality involved होती है, तो it can cost up to $3.5 million. These are average figures, right? So और अगर fatality नहीं भी होती तब भी $2 lakh in injury crashes alone are there. So it's a very, very focused program how to improve driver safety. We need to help exonerate drivers because, again, as you know, insurance is one of the big things in US. We want to prevent accidents. Of course, life saving is of course the core focus, but exoneration of drivers is also very, very important in terms of safety and law. So what we provide is we have developed industry leading AI. Again, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा है, we take a lot of pride कि ये इसका majority काम हमने पाकिस्तान में develop किया है with our researchers here and all the other research engineers, research scientists, and a lot of other engineering effort in Pakistan. So we provide automatic coaching, risk scoring, and so on, and all of them involve one way AI in one way or the other. So how were we able to build this magical experience? We have 500 million miles of road covered every month. So we have data for believe you me, every nook and corner of the US road network, right? We have over 15 million minutes of annotated video with us, right? We have collected over 8 billion images over last half a decade. So ये सारा का सारा data we put into multiple AI pipelines. We have a lot of things working on the edge. We have a lot of things working on the cloud, leveraging on this data. What we did was so just to give very, very few examples, two things. We have our dash cams, which is a dual facing dash cam. We have one side focusing on the driver, one side focusing on the road. And for driver distraction, we have highly accurate models figuring out कि driver mobile तो नहीं use कर रहा, driver distracted तो नहीं है, कुछ खा पी तो नहीं रहा, smoking तो नहीं कर रहा, drowsy तो नहीं हो रहा. So all of these things, we have developed highly accurate models with very fast execution capabilities on the edge. And of course, they're easily extendable because we are adding new features all the time. A seat right violation aa gayi hai, looking away aa gayi hai, and so many other things. The way we were able to do it, again, since I just want to wrap it up quickly, we started developing models in a very, very different fashion from what typically industry or academics are focusing on, and the results are astounding. I'm unable to, unfortunately, talk about the technicalities in this short amount of time, but one thing is that we're not focusing on like the gaze angle or just the eye or the face angle. We're like focusing on the hotspots where we believe our ground truth tells us that, okay, these are the areas to focus on. It's not just the eyes. There are a lot of other places where, for example, you can see in the image on the right, in the middle below, that we focus on where the cell phone is, for example. We focus on the seat belt in the image just above that. So if they are not there, we raise the alarms. So there's a lot more than traditional ways that these machine learning or vision models used to work. Similarly, we invented absolutely new ways of figuring out what's going on the roadside. हमारे पास, I mean, traditionally we all know that computer vision requires stereo depth to figure out stereo cameras to figure out depth really well. So this is some of these things that have been there in like 5 years, since 5 years in the industry, जो predict monocular images के ऊपर or almost commodity cameras के ऊपर हम depth perception कर रहे हैं, हम roadside के safety events को figure out कर रहे हैं, close following, unsafe lane change behavior, red light running, stop sign running, speed sign violations. All of these things are being done on edge on a very inexpensive hardware. Okay, and of course there are a lot of patents and research that has come out of this from within this country. So हमारी इसके अलावा जैसे मैंने कहा हमारे पास एक बहुत strong annotation team है जो 24/7 365 operations के अंदर, like every video coming in from almost 250,000 cameras, they look at it. जब भी कोई hard brake लगती है, जब भी कोई बहुत ज़्यादा unsafe behavior होता है रोड के ऊपर, हमारे पास एक image clip आ जाता है, हमारे annotators उसको manually analyze करते हैं, उसके ऊपर तकरीबन 65 से ज़्यादा risk factors identify करते हैं, और उसके बाद वो वीडियो अगर वो like वैलिड वीडियो है इवेंट की तो वो फ्लीट मैनेजर को भेजी जाती है, नहीं तो वो हमारे फिर वो जो डेटा है वो हम अपने एआई को फर्दर इंप्रूव करने के लिए यूज करते हैं. सो what we have done is we have developed a world class, truly the best in class in US at least, which means almost the world, best camera of this class in the world. So these are some of the statistics against our major competitors like Samsara and Litex, or our accuracy is almost 90% in all of these detections. So what we've done is, again, saving human lives. We've been able to reduce collisions by 22%. And these are all properly surveyed numbers. Thank you very much. I had to run quickly on any of these things. If there are any questions, I'd love to take them on the chat. Otherwise, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a most valuable discussion to make our roads more safe and secure using AI. Now we have another panel discussion on making organizations more productive with AI now. Moderator of this discussion is Mr. Adnan Zadi. He is Chief AI Officer, Proxima AI, and he is also Kaggle Grandmaster. Please welcome him on stage.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's very tiring. Since morning, you people are hearing multiple things like jobs, applications, and lots of other things. Now we are talking about how to create business through the AI, right? In this panel, we are going to discuss the thing, how organization should adopt the AI, what should be the way to transform their current organization, which is already a tech company, and they should adopt AI. So let me invite some of the panel members. Next is Bilal Khan, right? The country head of data science and data analytics. This one. And after Bilal Khan, Mr. Faisal Kamran is also joining us online through the Zoom link. Check it. And the last one is Ms. Rabia Farooq from NeuroCare AI. So we have few people, and we have to discuss how the current organization can go on, or how they can transform their current scenario into the AI. So before beginning the discussion, first I would like to highlight some facts, like a survey has been conducted which reflected around the three major areas of adopting the AI, right? The first one is about automation, which is called RPA. And most of the organization has current systems which requires actually automation processes. So 50% of the companies or 50% of the organizations has adopted the AI in automation, right? That is also called RPA. The second one is not least one, which is predictive analysis, right? Almost 35% of companies or organizations has adopted predictive analytics in different domains like the banking, financial, sales, e-commerce, or whatever the marketing, anywhere where the data is required to be predicted or forecasted for future. The third domain is also a very important, which is the engagement through the NLP applications like chatbots, conversational AI, or through automated applications in different domain to engage customers, to engage the employee, HR, or any kind of user interaction. That is mostly widely used through the chatbots. So we have three different domains, right? The first one is automation, second one is forecasting, and the third one is chatbots and conversation engagement. So in these three domains, the whole canvas of any organization is actually adopting the AI, right? So going to the first question, that how do you see the international canvas, right? Where the people are moving, how companies are adopting the AI in these three domains?
Thank you very much, Adnan. Yeah, so if you talk about global, landscape of AI in the adoption and the challenges that they're facing, I think they're obviously ahead of us, like at least 15 years ahead of us, if not more. But Pakistan is also picking up pace. So to me, Adnan, I think, it's all about learning from the data and then putting it into action, right? And the topmost part is the action, and action is all about, automation that you actually briefly mentioned. And automation means that basically, in very simplified terms, that you're trying to reduce the human intervention because they're repetitive tasks, error-prone tasks, human-intensive tasks, and you're trying to bring these technologies like AI, RPAs, chatbots of the world to ensure that the human intervention is reduced, minimized, dependency is minimized, and the speed and the efficiency is increased, right? Now, when you look at the automation could be achieved in multiple ways through a bunch of technologies, bunch of mechanisms, right? One of the key areas, because that is very relevant to the conference topic today, one of the key areas of the automation is artificial intelligence, right? AI is one area which can help automate the organizations. So I'll give you some examples as well so that everybody understands as well. Within AI, obviously, there are multiple technologies. You can do deep learning, you can do machine learning, etc. But AI in a very general form is one of the key mechanisms. People globally, since you asked, especially in the West, you talk about financial organizations, you talked about telcos, you talk about manufacturing concerns, hospitals, healthcare for that matter, security companies like public security, public safety companies, they are all using AI to ensure that they're getting more independent, fast, efficient, productive. एक example देता हूँ आपको. लंदन की बेसिकली फर्स्ट जो वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट सीसीटीवी कैमरास की जो बेसिकली इंस्टॉलेशन है वो लंदन में है और ये आज की बात नहीं है. इट वाज डन डेकेड्स अगो, राइट? और नाउ इन पाकिस्तान यू हैव सीन दैट इस्लामाबाद सेफ सिटी अथॉरिटी, पंजाब सेफ सिटी अथॉरिटी, ऑल दीज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आर बेसिकली यूजिंग कैमरास एंड दीज टेक्नोलॉजीज टू इंश्योर पब्लिक सेफ्टी. मेरा उसमें सिर्फ एक क्वेश्चन होता है, जस्ट द पीपल कैन रिलेट के एआई किस तरह एफिशिएंट कर सकती है इन चीजों को, कि अगर आपने एक बहुत बड़ा हॉल लगा दिया जिसमें there's so many screens in Islamabad Safety Center or Punjab Safety Center with hundreds of screens, and still you have 100 people sitting in front of the screens and zooming into different cameras and different squares of Lahore city and other cities as well, and then looking at people if there is any activity that needs attention, if there's some abnormal activity, abandoned baggage for that matter, a collision of cars for that matter, somebody carrying a weapon or so. This should be done using AI, object detection, facial recognition, posture detection, multitasking detection that they mentioned, like collision detection. all of these things could easily be migrated to from human intelligence to artificial intelligence, right? Last point before I hand over the mic to you back, Adnan. Somebody was talking about, jobs being at threat. So the word basically that is carefully chosen globally now, because many people have been talking about the threats from of AI to the jobs, human jobs. It's not artificial intelligence anymore. It's augmented intelligence, because they found that AI is not going to replace humans. AI is going to augment the capability of the human beings. So facial recognition at any safe city authority is not replacing the police people sitting in front of the cameras, because they can look at 100 cameras in a more vigilant manner, but AI can look at 10,000 cameras in few seconds in parallel to them and highlight something that needs attention. Once the exceptions are highlighted, humans will look at those exceptions and take the necessary actions. So police car, a patrolling system will not be routed to a crime scene through an AI system. A human intervention will be there, but now AI is helping you do that more efficiently. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, now you really highlighted some of the major concerns, and although definitely the job is something different, but moving on, but Mr. Bilal, who's representing the data science at data and have a broad exposure for handling the data as well. So we think that are we really adopting AI in our organizations, and how do you see what internationally?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, first of all, Adnan, for setting up this great session. And obviously, every evolution starts from the, discussing and sharing the ideas and thoughts and experiences. So just in the start, before Adnan, I jump onto your question, very interestingly, talking about the AI, how AI is improving the lives, daily lives. So today, this morning, when I got this, sort of an urgent request of replacing Harun Kant, who is leading the Teradata Global here, he could not join in. So I was supposed to come and join in this session today. And there were a few topics that we discussed, right? So even, trying to stop myself not going onto the chat GPT and gather some ideas, I could not do it, right? So even after having this global exposure of, working on data science and data science customers, I had to go on and, test the chat GPT to gather some thoughts and kickstart my mind to talk about all these facts, figures, and plus how we can improve the lives of people using the AI. Now, as far as the global perspective is concerned, global perspective, interestingly, have been largely changed about the AI, about automation, and about how we can effectively use the data to change the lives and the businesses, has actually changed during the pandemic and after the pandemic, right? So one of the very huge global perspective that we have now is primarily problem driven, especially the adoption of AI is 100x because of the problems that have came up to the service in last, I would say 4 or 5 years. So for example, FedEx had at least 60% impact on their annual revenues during the pandemic, right? There are healthcare companies who actually showed a completely negative trend from depression going into the growth mode. So a huge investment poured into the AI functions to curb and to steer the whole business out of the pandemic challenges. So when I say that the global perspective is problem driven, so for example, we have seen a huge AI adaptability in the supply chain sector, right? Improving the productivity, improving the overall response rate, right? So we started talking about, we had this session, last session from Keep Trucking, who were talking about all the computer vision applications into the supply chain also. out of these three topics that you talked about, Adnan, one is the automation of the, for example, the RPAs and the, the forecasting through machine learning and deep learning and different other techniques. And, the supply chain and, for example, as I talked about, the predictive asset maintenance is all combining into the AI applications. So you predict the failure and then you automate the process either through RPC or through other means to make sure that you are taking the action proactively before the failure occurs.
Right.
Right. So that's how the things are improving globally, at least.
Right. Thank you, Bilal. Let's talk with, I think Faisal is online. Faisal, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can
you hear me?
Yeah, actually, we are talking about three different scenarios. The first one is the 50% of the organization adopting AI in automations like RPA, and the 35% are adopting for analytics, forecasting, and 15% of organizations are using it as engagement. So what do you think, how internationally we can see which domain is much higher or which one has more utility?
Yeah, I think I agree to some extent. Like this is like broadly that categorization and overall percentage split that makes sense. But I think I would take it in a different way. So it's not only like a percentage of work, but actually it's more like validation. For example, RPA. Yes, I know there's a lot of work is going on RPA and manufacturing and many other domains are like there's a lot of work in this domain. But actually, if you see the value addition, so maybe then I think the split would entirely change. Okay, RPA is great, but if you want to make like strategy, if you want to make like have a scenario-based planning, so then the third part will become like cover a lot of like more chunk over there, right? So in this way, so I would say that the first part is crucial for your daily operations, for your routine work. But if you move to the third part, then I would rank it at least like to 30-40%, right? Because then if you don't do the third part, so it means that the impact, the value addition would be very little.
Is what your opinion in the area? What do you think one is?
Yes, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I come from a startup. It is comparatively a new company, and we are basically building applications for healthcare sectors. So I will talk with respect to that. So basically, as you can see that AI applications are getting adopted very rapidly by healthcare sector as well. There are many AI-based applications that can actually work as virtual consultants on behalf of physicians, that they can analyze your data in the form of symptom diaries, and then they can actually diagnose you that what kind of like disease you are likely to have, or what your symptoms suggest, and then they can actually prescribe you with medication. And we have seen that during COVID, this became very common because COVID ki wajah se everyone was afraid that choti moti bimari hoti thi, so they didn't used to go to hospitals. So AI ke chatbots and AI based powered virtual consultations ki jo kafi applications hain that can help doctors to diagnose patients virtually. And basically, there are many AI-based applications, and in our company, we are working on a few of the AI-based applications that are going to diagnose the patients on the basis of medical images like CT scans, MRIs, and X-rays, and they can diagnose different health conditions, and then they can ask, there are two types of applications. One is that they can assist the physicians to diagnose certain conditions, and the other type of applications that are more sophisticated, they can actually diagnose the diseases on behalf of the on the behalf of the radiologist without without any delay and with more speed. So basically, if we see that AI is being adopted in all types of organizations, and
Yes.
healthcare is one of them.
Yes, you are right. Actually, you are highlighting the facts that in the healthcare, we are using the AI for predictive analytics. We are using AI for engaging the patients, as well as we are creating some automations as well.
Even for managing of
Right.
patient data as well.
So the next question is a bit interactive, like the audience wants to get some knowledge, some insights from the AI experts as well. So I will ask what you personally do at your organization, and what you suggest the audience how to improve by different AI areas. So it's a small question, like you have few sentences to say.
Sorry, I'm not able to get the question. Like, what do you?
Actually, you belongs to an organizations, and you are providing some AI services. So what do you suggest the audience how to transform in that domain? Like if you are in data, they are in health, and they are different.
I mean, my advice to all organizations has been pretty much same for the last 7 or 8 years. That if you really want to adopt AI, and I've seen people adopt AI, we're working with one of the best hospitals to, as Rabia also mentioned, that we're working with to detect early detection of breast cancer for one of the largest hospitals. We're working with driving technology companies to detect the driver behavior. We're working with agricultural revolutionary stuff as well, global biotechnology stuff as well, to predict microbial assessment as well for the US-based organizations. All of them have one thing in common. All of these organizations which are forward-looking have one thing in common. And I want all of you to start adopting that as well as a habit. They do little things in agile way, like 3 to 4 months projects, and they spend R&D budgets on those projects. So let's assume that somebody's here from the telco, somebody's here from insurance companies, or somebody's here from a manufacturing company. You have a human intensive task, a repetitive task, and you want to see, can AI, it's a hypothetical scenario that you have in your minds. And the question is that, can AI solve this problem or make this process more robust and efficient? If you have that question in your mind, good news, because that's the first thing that is required to embark upon AI projects. The second thing that you need to do is allocate an R&D budget, $10,000 US, $15,000 US. Get some good partners on board. I've seen many good partners. Proxima is there, Ekel is there, 10x is there, your companies that I don't recall the name, Teradata is there. Find good partner and start a 3 to 4 months agile AI R&D engagement with them, few $1,000s. If you fail fast. If you fail, just embark upon the other project. Trust me, the biggest impediment in the way of AI adoption is not the money, is not the cost of the project. It's the fear of failure, because people think that if I become the first person within a 2,000 people organization to raise my hand that, sir, big boss, I'll try to do this through AI. And if I fail, I may be out of the organization. That's a wrong approach. Just think that if you succeed, what will happen? Because if you succeed, you will be the leader for the digital transformation within your organization. My last comment is now before I hand over the mic to you, that I keep on repeating this. I've said that before as well, that digital transformation or AI-led transformation or data-driven transformation for that matter is not a question of improvement. It is a question of survival. So please embark upon such R&D projects, and I'm sure that you'll be succeeding very soon.
Right. Very quickly. Yes, Faisal Kamran sir.
Bilkul, I think Adnan has excellently covered this question, and just I would add a couple of points, and I further build upon the point of Adnan. So I think definitely. So I think we should never worry about being failed. And so just 2 more points. One, in general, so I think in R&D projects, so people usually think like small. They think like, okay, so we just need to run a POC and we need to show something. Okay, maybe sometimes as a practitioner, so you need to think a little bit more that how this thing will be actually applied, how the thing will be used. Because sometimes, even I'm from academia, so you can run small POCs. You can on synthetic data, on some kind of ideal world, you can show something, but your boss would never accept that. He would always ask, okay, so this is my environment, bring your use case here and give me some performance over here. If you don't show, then there will be embarrassment for anyone. So be realistic that how it will be, because you are engineer, you are not a scientist. Scientists do experiments in a hypothetical world, but as an engineer, you need to, we are just like plumbers as a computer scientist. So we need to make things working. If we don't do that, nobody will gonna pay us, right? So this is very important. That's one point. Second point is like, so I think we need to manage expectations. So this is very important. So it's very crucial in AI because it's a very fancy technology. Everybody wants to build like something of next generation, and nobody has seen that, what that will be. It's different than building an app and website because you have wireframes in front of you in the case of application, in the case of website. But in AI, most of the times things are a bit more abstract. So you need to manage expectations on both sides of what you're going to produce. And as a on the other side, as a kind of company owner or stakeholders, you also need to see that what I'm expecting, is it reasonable? And I agree with Adnan, like it should not be a very long term, like maybe a project of 1 year or something. It should be like small sprints, like 3 months, 4 months. At least you can show something, you can get feedback, and you can just do that. One more point, now think, this is what Adnan and I mentioned. So this is maybe like this was up to March 2023, but after March 2023, so things are getting changed. Now the technology is being changed. Generative AI is there. ChatGPT-4 is there. So you also need to be very open. You need to adopt these things. You need to be flexible. Come out of your comfort zone. If you don't come, so it will bite you.
That's good. Okay, Bilal, very quickly. Can you?
All right. Thank you so much, Adnan. And I think this is one of the key takeaway that everybody, like Adnan talked about and others. So after, working with the large customers and the medium customers from all the way south of America to Japan, this is one of the key takeaways that we have for you today. And I think we should also share it further with the audience. Talking about the AI adoptability, the first and foremost question that you are talking about is from yourself and your business stakeholders, that what exactly is the problem that you want to solve with, right? So, for example, Adnan talk about, and others also, that AI can solve primarily 3 major functions. One is risk oriented, how you can reduce the risk and improve the efficiency. One is the speed, which is the RPA. And the third one is the sales, which are the revenues, customers, and all that, right? Now, you will have to have that business approach in order to embark on the AI tool. Tools are easy. There are a lot of partners, 10x, Teradata, like Adnan talk about. There are a lot of small and big companies who can come and help you. But you have to have the business approach. This is one thing. Secondly, you will have to have the long-term and the short-term approach. Long-term approach is कि पाकिस्तान में problem ये है कि हम लोग अपना data का ख्याल नहीं करते, neither we care about that. So this is the time when we start talking about managing the data properly, either the big data or the structured data. And then in the short term, like everybody said, don't fear to fail. आप लोग एक बिजनेस एरियाज को पकड़ के उसके ऊपर आप ये एआई इंप्लीमेंट करके एंड गो ऑल द वे टू द प्रोडक्शनाइजेशन एंड इंप्लीमेंटेशन and operationalization to making sure that the value that you were expecting from your AI investment is finally coming into your business. So you have to run it through properly, making sure that your business is adopting it. Okay. And in the long term, making sure that you have the right data structure in your business.
Okay, that's great. You talked about like business strategies. You are talking about like a smaller, larger projects and research oriented, like organization should be R&D oriented. So very shortly, I think Rabia, you people are already doing the same thing. You people are serving in the same domain. I'm moving to Yes, you want to add something?
Yes, I want to add one thing because as a part of health sector, I have seen that many healthcare organizations are reluctant to adopting AI due to many data privacy and security issues. Because healthcare organizations are subject to very stringent regulations like FDA if you want to like market your product in US and in Europe, other standards like GDPR for data protection and privacy. So as AI models are all trained on the basis of data, so in order to get your hands on vast amount of data and in order to protect that data from cyber threats, so that is another big issue, and it makes many organizations think that if we adopt AI for our organization, then how are we going to get our hands on that much data and how are we going to protect personal health information of the patients?
Yes, we are running out of time and it's very near to lunch break as well. So अब last question में yes or no में ले लेता हूँ आप लोगों से कि we have lots of tech companies in Pakistan, like thousands of software houses building ERP, HRM और बहुत सारी consulting softwares बना रहे हैं, but they are not adopting automations in that, right? इसी तरह से हमारी जो tech companies हैं उनका future, and if they do not adopt AI in the next 10 years, तो आपने yes और no में बताना है कि let's say एक company है जिसके पास data नहीं है और वो AI को adopt नहीं करता, where do you think after 10 years वो company exist करेगी या नहीं exist करेगी?
Potentially no. Potentially no.
जी फैसल, yes or no?
I agree.
After 10 years. No. Yes, Bilal.
Most probably no, Jay.
Great. Yes, Abhay.
No.
So we have concluded our panel, like the people who are already in the tech industry and not adopting artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning in all kind of data, either it is the text, it's images, vision data or anything. So we don't see in the long run, they could be out of the business in 2033 or somewhere, right? Thank you, audience, and thank you, panelists.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adnan, for enlightening us to how to make organizations more productive. Now we have another talk on future of healthcare, co-creating value with data and AI. I will request Mr. Zahid Ali, founder of Tech Meadow, to please come on stage. He's coming from USA. Thank you so much, sir.
आप स्टेज पे रहेंगे उसकी और बहुत अच्छी
Hello. Ji, Assalamualaikum. My name is Zahid, or so I had been working into healthcare industry for the last 20 years. So happy to be here. So बेसिकली बहुत सारी हमने दूसरी इंडस्ट्रीज पे भी बात की, और एक जो प्रेडोमिनेंट फैक्टर है जो कि जहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा नीड है एआई की अडॉप्शन की, दैट इज हेल्थ केयर, और उसकी वेरियस रीजंस हैं, वेरियस टच पॉइंट्स हैं जहाँ पे नीड इस वक्त बहुत ज्यादा ह्यूज है अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. सो विद दैट प्रीटेक्स्ट आई वुड स्टार्ट. और आज की भी अगर तारीख में हम देखें तो हेल्थ केयर जो है 50% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन उनके पास एक्सेस नहीं है. So how to make that accessible healthcare? So I come from technology background, and then I had focused 20 years into health sector. और इसमें ये था कि I had done new care delivery models, especially into the US market. Work with Cleveland Clinic on to patient experience, or all the work that I had been doing with the regulatory stuff with FDA and even DIGA Germany and with France on data and AI. So I had been recognized as a Future 50 Health IT leader. Then 6 people who were nominated in 2022 as change makers in health, and with 4 Siemens. So there are many things. So and the 2 things I'm doing, I'm on one side, I'm working on to the regulatory stuff, working with the startups who are creating new solutions to solve the problems of healthcare delivery, especially. So I'm advisor with MIT Sol, MassGen, and UCSF, a few more as well. So these are few organizations where I had worked, and a couple of like recognitions. I won Siemens Global Innovation Think Tank competition, and back in 2021 on future of a healthcare delivery model. So how we can really craft a model of care delivery that can be more affordable, accessible, and equitable. So I would just show some context of numbers, like how the healthcare industry is really transforming, what are the requirements, how it's shaping in the future. So, AI has role to play. So if like, obviously we are into a myth that the cost of healthcare really pertains to the medicines. So if you see the data, this is a study from Deloitte. So if we see the biopharma industry, the amount that's coming into biopharma industry of out of $8 trillion, that is roughly 15%. So the more cost is going on to the provider side, onto the hospital or care delivery side. And if obviously in talking about the US, so like 80% of that spending is happening from the government itself, government and insurance providers. So now it's happening, how it's happening right now and how it's going into the future. So right now, the entire care delivery model is circling around the sick care. It's not really about preventive care. It's not really about the wellness of the people. So these new models are really evolving into at a different level. So just to mention one thing, I'm part of a committee that's working at Office of Science and Technology Policy at White House, where we are crafting a new model of care delivery. So that has quite a lot of role to play, and about $87 billion are allocated for the next 3 years for that project alone. So how it's shaping right now, if we see like the well-being industry is just 18% and 83% is like treating the sick people. So if we just see how it's happening into the future, so there is a major shift that's coming. And this is the reason why One Medical was acquired by Amazon, why Smith Health was acquired by Village MD. So all those big acquisitions, this is the reason, and all those companies are really putting their foot down into the primary care. So primary care is the area where if we invest rightly, we can really reduce the cost of the care. So same goes with the Europe. So like there is a big growth that's happening, especially into the health tech, into the Europe market. So just to show some numbers like how it's happening, especially the aging population is the real issue at the moment. So like by 2030, there would be 20% population that would be above 65 years of age. In California alone, like there are 30,000 assisted living centers in California. So, and then like 68% of the people who are 65 above, they have 1 or 2 chronic care diseases. So in US, like it's a $4 trillion industry just into the healthcare. So out of that, 75% of the cost really chronic care management. So needed, and chronic care management people does not really need to go to the hospital each time. They can be just somebody can just see them, give them the treatment plan, and then somebody can really monitor all those treatment plans if the patient are complying or they are not complying. So just talking about spending onto healthcare industry. So in Pakistan, it's like $54. So in European Union, it's about something about $4,000 to $6,000, and in US, it's about $11,000 to $12,000 per patient per annum. So really, we can see where the market is. So just talking about the global value pool, it's a $350 billion industry, how it's shaping up. So if we see a couple of growth trends, it's really coming into the value care. So obviously, maybe I should explain a bit about value-based care. So value is about how we can, initially the entire model of care was circling around treating the sick, how many people were treated. Now it's more about what is the value that's coming out of the care that's given to the people. So if the patient is getting sick, he's with one diagnosis, so now the premium is fixed. So they would get only that premium. So this is the space where the like a lot of opportunities are really creating, a lot of startups are really coming up fast. So these are the problems, these are the numbers. So, and this healthcare industry is way behind any other industry if we talk about. So if we see the importance, it's a huge. Without health, if we are not healthy, it's impacting the economy, it's impacting the people, it's impacting the countries. And COVID has proven it very well. So, and mostly what's happening, it's like we are guessing it's right or wrong. So we have to stop guessing. We have to co-create. And in order to co-create, we really need to see what is needed by the industry. We have to involve those people who are working into the industry. So doctors should define their problems. So the caregivers should define their problems. So they should be made part of the care delivery, and especially the patients. So I had been seeing all those years for the last 2 decades, like many AI and ML algorithms, they say that we have 95% efficacy, we have 100% efficacy, or maybe a little below. But why it's not really adopted by the healthcare industry? So that is the problem that we really need to solve. And that we all think can be solved. This problem can be solved if we involve those stakeholders into the care delivery. So there is a model of co-creation. So initially we were talking about design thinking. Now it's more about co-creation. So there are 5 steps. So co-ideation, co-execution, and then co-design, co-testing, and co-launch. So, and this is pretty important for our startups, or maybe the young people who are into the industry. They wanted to do something. They have to define the problem very clearly. And if they can define the problem, then obviously in that definition, the core customer or core customer into the healthcare delivery is the patient. So a couple of things, just talking about this is a model, like this is a vision of for the healthcare. So right, if we see the this initial pendulum, so like over here we are spending about 20% of the cost. In the later part, we are spending about 80% of the cost. So you see, like in this area, there are healthy behavior, there is home and community solution, there is education and workplace, pharmacy, like social care, and then primary care. So this is the area where the lot of work has to be done. So all the efforts, all the investment has really gone into the like tertiary care, and that's increasing cost. And even if we see right now the numbers about US and UK and even Europe, so patients have to wait for months and months to see a doctor. And the problem is that the primary care model is really abundant in almost, I would say, all over the world. So this is an area where a lot of effort has to be done. And as I mentioned, that all those One Medical, all those companies, really Amazon, and they are investing into this area because this is the place where the value is. So I'm just showing you a couple of examples right now where I'm involved. So this is one of like a typical problem that we all face every day. We are facing. So roughly in 1 second, there are 70,000 searches that are happening onto Google, and Google is not driving anywhere. It can show you some doctors, maybe some other people, but it cannot like match you with the right kind of provider. So this is one of the, I would say, a biggest issue into the US. And then what happens? There are a lot of referrals. We go to one doctor, and it happens many us as well. And then we feel that this is my problem does not pertain to this doctor. I have to be checked by another doctor. So we built this an AI-based solution. We filed 4 patents over there, and we call it Patient Genie. So, and through that, we have whole lot of parameters through which we are doing the patient matching. And one example, GE had acquired Caption Health. So Caption Health was like the team that's involved in this project is the similar one. And that is like ultrasound device with AI algorithm. So it is acquired for $3 million. So with this, like obviously, I'm getting short of time. So thanks for your attention. If there is any question or anybody wanted to have anything, they can ask me. Like my details are over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request all the audience to proceed for lunch, working lunch. And meanwhile, we will going to play some sequence of videos. It will run online in parallel. You may have your lunch, please. Please. Thank you.